in different parts of the body.
Yes, I've heard that before.
You've not read up on Jerry Tennant's stuff?
Well,
I have
clearly
not.
not enough.
Not enough. Yeah.
Oh.
I've seen a couple of his presentations, but I'm not real familiar. I know he has something to do with water.
No,
Lots to do
No,
with
that's-
water.
no,
Something
that's
else.
Gerald Pollack.
Ah, Gerald Policy. Okay, no, I'm not familiar with Tennant at all.
Yeah, Tennant's got to do with
No, as a matter of fact, yes, I am.
Healing.
I saw one of his presentations. Yeah.
yeah on Thunderbolts. I'm
Right.
sure you saw it.
Yeah. Yep.
He's done a couple of videos on Thunderbolts.
Yeah. So, what is the state of Thunderbolts these days? Are they still going well? Still going strong?
They're still going. I don't know how. A lot of, I guess, a bunch of the guys that were big in or heads of the Safire are kind of moved over to Arion, I would imagine, and starting to develop the companies for remediation of fracking water.
Is that what they're doing with Sapphire?
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not into changing the world, which they should be doing with Safire. I mean, that's a groundbreaking
Science
thing.
change.
Yeah, I mean, they basically are would have rewritten physics books.
They just couldn't have that.
I don't know. I'm kind of disappointed.
Real disappointed. That would mean it puts out, what, 1,300 times more power than it takes in?
I'm not sure.
Something like that. I could see that running power grids. Why wouldn't it?
Well, the fuel that they would have to use would have to be electricity
Right,
from the power grid.
right. They have to
Start the
create that
machine.
somehow.
And then I'm not sure that the nuclear reaction, or not nuclear reaction, the electrical reaction that's going on would be sustainable. There was the heat anomaly, and maybe that heat anomaly could be controlled, but I
Mhm.
don't know. If it could be controlled, then they could use that heat to generate electricity and power the device itself with that and maybe make an excess of energy from that.
Mhm.
But
My feeling was basically with his ability to create 80 different elements, my thoughts were immediate. Combine this technology, scale it down, or scale it up, depending, and then combine it with a CNC machine, and you have a replicator.
just keep making more Safire machines.
Well, I mean, let's say you were on a ship and you were out at sea in a military vessel and you needed to make something out of platinum. Well, now you can. Or you need to make oxygen so people can breathe. Now you can.
Yeah.
Direct from electricity.
Mm-hmm. You just have to know.
That is alchemy of the nth degree, and only two people have ever really explained it to the point where it starts to make sense, like the structured atom model by Ito Cal, obviously.
Right.
And of course, just by using a little bit of his knowledge, you end up with an understanding of where Montgomery is when he ends up being able to, not unlike a planet's surface, create things inside the craters, much like we saw in our travels.
Yeah, transmutation of elements on the surface of inside the craters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had thought I'd put a little piece of sapphire in here. Let's see.
Maybe that's the topic for tonight, Greg.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, electric universe is always a good topic. But
well, that's all that I want to talk about. I don't want to talk about politics. I don't want to talk about anything else other than the electric universe and their theories and how relevant they're beginning to become.
Well, I'll tell you what, I thought that when they instituted that James Webb telescope, that it was going to prove once and for all that we live in an electric universe, but it hasn't happened.
No, it has.
Not
It
yet.
actually has, because they're seeing more and more filamentary structure out there.
I wasn't going to say that. I was going to state very strongly that although that is correct, the issue is that every single prediction they made about this, again, is totally wrong.
Of course.
Yep.
Nothing is right, and it violates all their theories. Well, it's because their theories are wrong and they refuse to accept no for an answer. That's it. Simple as that. They want those. They want black holes. And that is like, why would you use the weakest force in the universe? I mean, right there is that galaxy is more like a bifocal twisting space tornado than it is friggin', that right there, by the way, that's a perfect picture.
Yeah, plasmoid.
No, but do you know what those plasmoids are?
Not really, no, but that is a plasmoid. I remember Walt talking about that. It's not a black hole.
Oh, I know. But go back a bit.
Okay.
Well, we think of a Z-pinch, Greg. A plasmoid is basically a Z-pinch, a multiple
right there.
Multiple magnetic field Z-pinch. Many magnetic fields Z-pinching and creating a plasmoid.
Actually, it depends completely on the situation. In this particular case, there is a ripple behind the Earth on the night side. That is a plasmoid. We know it's there, and it is farther from the Earth than the Moon. So this plasmoid exists beyond, it's a structure, but it exists technically beyond anything else that we have. Now, this connection, and see how it's open field lines, so it's connecting to other bodies on the top and bottom of the sun or of the Earth. But when you look at this, if this was a little bit brighter and you had brightness coming up the north and south poles, okay, you had a man-like object on the south pole with like the feathers and stuff all along his head, which became the symbol for so many darn cultures. And then you have the on the top you had the Gristle World Tree or the Christmas tree leading towards heaven or the star above or whatever you want to call that.
The God above.
There's lots of interpretations, but at least we know that much, guaranteed. So if we had rings and that plasmoid was even remotely turned on so that we can see it because it is a focal point electric activity, and let's say you were in, say, I don't know, Greece. So you're in Greece, you're looking down towards the south, and in the sky you see giant rings. You call these rings the 7 seas because there's 7 of them. At night, a shadow of the Earth comes across this location. Okay, this river in the sky.
River Styx.
Right, but imagine the shadow of the Earth across those rings. What would it look like? Directly, if it was in the middle of the sky and it was midnight, so the sun is directly behind you, what would you see?
I don't know. What would you see?
Well, if I was looking at that, knowing that plasmoid, it would probably be glowing red. So you'd see 2 red eyes in the just above the, and it would look like a cloak, which is covering the rings. And he's carrying a sickle, which is shining back towards your eyes directly from beside the shadow of the Earth, because that's what happens, say, with wet grass.
The Reaper!
You see the sun's behind your head and you have a halo around you. Well, that effect would be occurring to anyone on either side of that thing. You would see the metal sickle. This is the boatman. This is the Grim Reaper. And it's in the right direction. That is where all the gods go to die. It's not hell. It's the underworld. It is, and that's when these things went further and further out from Earth. Eventually, they started sputtering. Earth was dimming down. The power is being transferred to these big bodies, obviously, because they can take more, and they're highly charged bodies. But again, with that idea that they are highly charged, I question the very validity of the fact that they may be gas.
And when
I
the
think
ancients
that they
talk
are
about,
solid.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
well, they're packed with electrons in there. But when the ancients talked about the underworld, they weren't talking about under the ground.
Right.
They were talking
talking to the
about
south.
space.
Yeah.
Out
If you
in
were on the
space
North
there.
Pole, if you were in the northern hemisphere, then the dead gods traveled out from the Earth and went 5 to 8 astronomical units or further out there. That's where they stopped when they almost collided. Now,
Right.
Earth was free at that point. The Great Flood happened as all the water rebalanced, and here we are. Well, for lack of a better term, I mean, it might not have been exactly the flood of Noah, but this was obviously a tumultuous event that is attributed to the Younger Dryas flood. Now,
Well, Raymond says that the Sumerians say that when the earth touched Enki's shoulder, that's when the flood happened.
and who's Inky?
Enki.
No, I mean, I want you to tell me who Inky is, or for everyone so they know.
Enki is the main god in
Right.
in Sumerian lore. I mean, the oldest versions of Enki, he created all the rest of the gods, not Anu.
No,
Enki.
I understand that.
I was told that his name was Ea Inky, and that's where we get the Earth from. I don't know if that's true, but that's what Billy Carson says, you know.
Yeah, well,
Billy Carson, I don't know him. Yeah, I don't watch him.
He's one of those guys that he's grabbed the mainstream, he runs with everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, but he's doing pretty good for himself, so yeah, can't complain. But yeah, I know, you know, plasmoids have always perplexed me because where do they come from? They come from, obviously,
Z pinches create them.
Z pinches. It's okay. Well, what
they're
creates?
they're just focuses of magnetic and electric energy in a plasma
Flow. In a flow of electric magnetic energy, they are
in a
pinches
plasma,
in
yeah.
that, within that, and they can be
They don't happen
either
in
complex
wires, for
pinches or
example.
they can be
happen.
very,
I wonder if
very
it gets a Z
easy
pinch somehow.
pinches. Sorry, what?
Well, no. It's not a Z pitch in this particular case. The plasmoid is a secondary inductance from the main current running down the pipe of the Earth's tail out away from the sun. So this plasmoid exists there simply because right in front of it is the Van Allen radiation belts, right?
Mhm.
So there is a space, and then this plasmoid exists. Well, the reason that this happens to be that way is because this plasmoid is actually basically like a secondary current, not unlike the jet stream on the Earth. The jet stream goes around and around, and it's just a ring current induced by the current going in the poles.
Okay.
We would have to be in a more energetic situation, like as when Saturn came into the solar system, displaying like a comet that gave a lot of energy to the Earth system, and you would be able to see.
Caused that.
No, but you would be able to see, like in glow mode.
Oh, for sure. Yes.
In
doubt.
glow mode, you would be able to see that plasmoid if there was a large dump of energy into the system.
Well, yes, it's but I think what happened is that over the course of several millennia BC, things began to turn off and on. They were only on when they were close to the ecliptic of the sun. Yeah. So as they crossed it, they might light up again, and then eventually they didn't anymore.
Well, that was when Earth was closer to the sun, and
no. I'm talking about something more recent. I'm talking about when these bodies were no longer fighting themselves, and they would basically they turned off, and you only got the aurora from Jupiter like we have today. But when it went across one of these things with more charge, it bolstered itself, Yeah, well, and it became visible again, and we waited for those moments, and then eventually they stopped coming.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, they came because Earth was slightly differently charged than it is now.
Well, I'm talking about things that are just moving away from us.
When it went into the ecliptic, it would brighten up,
Yes.
it would turn into glow mode, and then when it went out of the ecliptic, it would
Yes.
shut off. Right? Yeah.
But those were the, I guess you could say, the temporary times where people still could believe in the gods. And then once 2700 BC, or well, actually, according to some, 2685, Venus flared up and then became just a bright dot in the sky. And that was Lucifer rivaling God for his brilliance, and he was struck down for it.
Right.
That tale is simply one of Venus basically turning off. Like it's no longer has a tail that's going. The tail goes into dark mode, and
Yeah, and it disappears.
as we know this. But still, the truth of it is that Venus gives off twice as much light as it receives from the sun. So
right.
You can tell that just by looking at it in a telescope.
Yeah, it's bright as hell.
It's bright as hell. It looks like it's glistening.
Well, it's the brightest thing in the sky besides the moon.
Yeah. I remember reading from John Cook in his book,
Yes.
What is it? Saturnian Cosmology.
Cosmology.org.
He said that at one time there were three plasmoids around the Earth.
Yeah.
That must have been pretty crazy.
Well, I think that we saw those plasmoids in addition to seeing them. We saw them get eaten. There was 8 plasmoids, I think, above the Earth when Jupiter rolled on through, or Cronus rolled on through. And those plasmoids were around him, and they appeared to be his children, and then he consumed them. And you have pictures of that, stories about that.
Yes.
They weren't obviously, remember, we're now all in series. In series, we are a planet stacked atop a planet stacked atop a planet. We're all in series with each other. That means that we have the same current traveling between us, which is why the Earth was so being basically
Saturn
enveloped
in
in Saturn's, inside of Saturn's thing, which pushed
cometary glow,
pushed our ionosphere much further closer to the Earth. And that was the way that we lived. We lived with a rainbow sky that had flowing creatures and dragons in it that we could see moving around, twisting.
First time rainbows were ever seen, right?
No. I honestly think that Gino Cook was right, that the first time we were dropped off on this planet about 560 or 270 million years ago, at the age of the first flowering plants. The plants that are perennials, because before that, we had deciduous or trees that would take years to blossom.
Carnivorous, right?
Well, they were
Carnivorous,
yeah. And we still have those today, and they are really good at avoiding getting covered in water and drowning, because it apparently rained a lot, especially in the Purple Dawn area. Mm-hmm. And here you are dealing with a situation where this body is now attached to Earth and shrinking in our electric field. And of course, we all begin to glow, and
the potential energy between the Earth and the sky increases so that man can make use of it. Go ahead.
Well, I assume, but not necessarily. The trinkets they had that seemed to indicate they had some knowledge of electricity are scant at best.
Yeah.
But now, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. It's just scant. But
you pointed out a few examples, like the priest with the rope tied around him, so just in case.
Oh yes. Oh no,
stuff like that. So.
But those are still, even with all of this, it tells me that the Earth had more charge than it does today. And when it started fading, we Stonehenge used to apparently light up with blue fire when they watered it.
I never heard that before.
Well, that's why they put blue rocks on top of Stonehenge and then they removed them. Not unlike when the Moai of Eastern Ireland got red headdresses that looked like fire, because they were on the edges of the water, and these high things would basically attract the ions in the air, which are heading towards this island anyway. And they're connected directly into the ground, so they ground out through these statues, but it causes them to have this cool red thing. Well, the same thing was happening then when you watered Stonehenge, and then when you were done that, it would only show up during storms, that would glow blue. And then after that, it didn't happen again. So they put the stones on top. Then they took the stones down. But then you have the people who, as you hear from the Tale of the Tempest, wizards that would travel up mountains. Why? To get closer to the electricity, of course. That's why. I mean, look at the name, Tempest.
Okay.
I mean,
Temptation.
No, Tempest is a storm, a violent electrical storm, like like God has never seen, type of thing, like a giant thunderstorm.
I didn't know that.
Well, yes, or usually in water, like we were caught in a tempest.
Yeah, I've heard storms described as tempests before.
Yeah, so this is the situation that you're looking at, and I think that these people were acutely aware of how to protect their islands from getting hit by lightning. The same way as you basically put the same thing around Stonehenge. When only the storms would turn it on again, what do? Well, since we could travel around pretty freely, but I mean, what do you think the line of menhirs all through France were doing? They're all lined up, pointing to the place where it touched down, like you could see it connected to the earth. That's where those are pointing. These rocks, of course, each one would be negative with a positive around it, like the negative embedded into the ground, and then there would be a positive that would form between them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you could imagine them rippling. If you just hit it with a rock, you could imagine a ripple being sent down all the way across the whole thing as magnetic field and electric field interact and create, either sounds or other interesting phenomena such as glowing, like the other rocks did.
Yeah.
Well, what happens then when these bodies, these things are no longer working, but they only come out when it rains? Well, instead of living in caves near these places for their own safety and stuff, or on low hills, they wanted to travel. Okay, because it wasn't as bad as it used to be. So now they want to travel, and how do they do that? Well, they build not roads, but the only thing that they need.
Dolmen.
Shelter. Yes,
Dolmens. Yes.
Sheltered
We've
from
talked
around,
about
from all the way from Mongolia all the way to the middle of America. There are dolmens.
Yes.
They're
We've
all
showed
high
them
up.
before.
They're all on rocks.
Yes.
They all would be ideal Faraday cages for avoiding death.
Yeah. Let's see. Is it DOL? I got a bad keyboard.
DOLMEN-S.
I have to keep smashing on it until it shows up. D. I got to get a new
OLMENS.
E. There's a toughie. N. S.
Dolmens.
Dolmens. See what this thing says.
Poof.
And yeah, lately they've been really not coming up with very good pictures, but this time they did. So these are dolmens. We've talked about them before.
Now they say, oh, these were buried, and something was buried underneath them. They were covered in dirt, and something was. As far as they could tell, there's no friggin' evidence of that.
Yeah, I mean, they had to be constructed because there's just too many of them.
And it's just a simple process. 3 individual places, okay, right. And in the center, you're equidistant from all of the hits at once.
Some of the ones in Northern Europe are totally enclosed, only having little holes.
You didn't care about the animals. If there was a storm coming, you got in there with your family.
It's amazing they stayed up this whole time. You'd think they'd be all falling down from the wind.
Well, what you see sticking out of the ground, there's probably about the same amount sticking in the ground.
It doesn't. Whatever is making them, it doesn't matter. These are clearly 3 things holding up a flat rock, and these flat rocks are perfect for getting hit with lightning.
We want it to hit with lightning.
Well, look at the rounded edges, and the top looks more burnt than the other rocks. Chips are blown on the side of those rocks.
So if you hide inside
in the middle of it,
they don't touch you.
Well, how's the lightning going to hit you?
Right. Right. Because
They
You'll be
don't know
protected
much,
by the
but
stone.
they know the stone will carry the lightning away.
yeah.
It's probably not the best thing in the world. Like, I mean, obviously today you would not do this. You would use metal and stuff, but the
Mhm.
principle is sound.
Yeah, I mean, some charge could leak through some of the gaps that are in the stone, but generally
Well, it could
speaking,
even
it
be
would
as
be
simple as people carrying pieces of metal with them to throw, like chains, to throw over the stones, and
Mhm.
that's it. That's all you
yeah,
need.
yeah,
Because
true.
the chains would take the hits and it would drown it out immediately before even it got to you.
Yeah, bring it
It's
right to the
just
ground.
And notice that they're all on high peaks.
Mm-hmm.
They're not
Yeah.
low. They're
Right.
designed to be hit.
Yeah. Yeah, it sure is a lot better than hit while you're running across the pasture, because a lot of places are barren too. You
Well,
don't think
yeah,
they have a lot of
and of
trees.
course, let's say it's a real storm. Do you know why I think they also built them on hills? Makes
Mm.
perfect sense. Because the valleys would flood.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
So you get to these shelters, which tells you that there's not a ton of people, and they look like they were made for traveling. Like you were going from place to place. In between places would be one of these towns. Like
Right.
like it wouldn't, because the towns would already have caves nearby, right? Cellars, anything they can go into. But these people walking would be totally at the mercy of lightning bolts that are hitting 100 times a second. It might.
Yes.
I mean, look at that rock on the top. It's just been like it's smoothed.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? Like it looks almost like why is it different type of rock? Like,
Yeah.
is it different or is it changed? And stuff like that.
Yeah. No, this one looks a little more permanent. I can't see them lugging that around.
No, they didn't move these things around.
Oh, they
No,
were just in between. I get it. Okay.
yeah, basically
Yeah.
for travelers, right?
Right.
I mean,
Right.
let's say you had two towns far away, took hundreds of miles to get there. Well, you'd want a few of these at the high points, so if
Right.
you saw a storm coming, you run and get
Yeah.
in them,
Yeah.
and then
That's
you
right.
wait, and
That
you get
makes sense.
now you're dry, mostly.
Mhm.
Cover yourself with some blankets. The wind's going to suck, but you're not going to die from lightning strikes. And something as big as that could hold not just you but your horses.
Yeah. They're pretty big. Those things are amazing. They're all over the place too in Europe. You don't see it in
Yes,
America though.
yes, you do.
Mm-hmm.
You do?
Yeah, look at Dolmens in America. Just type it in.
Oh,
There
okay.
you are. They're everywhere, man.
Oh, you're right. They are in the U.S. Oh, damn.
This tells me that I don't care what they say. The two cultures on the planet. I mean, there's a culture on the planet that was in both continents.
Yes.
Look how big that one is.
That one. This one I went past.
I mean, look at
Yeah.
that. Look at that. You could basically squeeze you and all your sheep in there.
Yeah.
Remember, you don't have to live there. You
No.
just have to survive the lightning that storm that goes by. That's the
Because
core of the lightning rate.
it
Well,
must have been really violent.
before the Earth expanded and got larger and
Well, I
killed
mean,
off
this
a lot
I
of
think
the
this is a
animals.
long after that.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, sure, maybe it was built millions of years ago, but in my
No,
professional opinion, no, I think it was
I
just
I
basically
don't think
built out of desire to be able to, like, there's no roads.
I don't think the dinos died millions of years ago.
I don't think so either, but I can't exactly prove it with any certainty.
Right.
Well, there is evidence
With
to
flash.
Yes, there
provide
is, and I
Yeah.
could have a wonderful discussion about it, but it
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily mean that everything is true, as much as I might want it to be. I need a little bit more than that, although that is tantalizing.
What about that? They found T-Rex blood. How
Yeah,
come blood
no, that's the
survived?
one I'm talking about. That's the
Yeah.
one that I was
No,
like,
they didn't find T-Rex blood. They found soft tissue from
well,
T-Rex once they
Okay.
dissolved the bone
Oh,
in
I thought there
acid.
was
They
a blood
found
cell.
they found cells, blood
Yeah.
cells. They found soft tissue. They found ligaments, tendons, things
and
like that.
there's no way that something 65 million years old should have any of those things.
No.
Exactly. That's my point. Exactly.
65,000, maybe.
Maybe. 70,000, maybe, but not 65 million. It would all have turned to dust and stone.
Oops. Did I spell that right?
And
I missed S.
from what you know, Peter, the Australian guy with the instant fossilization.
Yes, yes. I think he has something going on there.
Yeah, so I mean, these
There you go.
dinosaurs were instantly turned into stone, maybe 20,000, 30, 40,000, 60,000 years ago only, because there's legends of the God or the great father in the sky from the
Captain God
Indians
with the big beard is what I call him.
stomping his foot and killing all the bad animals.
Well,
So
yeah,
that
clearly
had to
that
have
was a
been
hit.
within human memory.
Yes, clearly, yes. I mean, that wasn't a polite thing. Remember, if you think about it, a perfect story of exactly what happened is told in King Arthur. King Arthur, the Knights of the Round Table. When the king got sick and was dying, the land got sick, and then he had to go away on a burning boat, which is exactly what happened to in the sky.
Right.
You know, and that's why we see pictures of boats like we have AI on our
Scientists found soft tissue in 75 million-year-old dinosaur bones. Which one do you want me to choose? Doesn't matter?
Not the one that says explained, because they're going to try and...
Right, I get that, yeah. So,
fiber cellular structure. Click on that one. Fibers and cellular structure. Below.
Yeah, I got it. Fibers and cellular structures preserved in 75 million-year-old. I don't like accepting cookies. Hold on. Try another one. Oh, no, not explained.
Try that one, yeah.
Okay. Unlike bones and teeth.
Yeah, Mary Schweitzer.
Mary Schweitzer?
That was the scientist that first found this phenomenon. Mary Schweitzer.
Mary Schweitzer of North Carolina University found collagen fibers in the fossilized leg bone of a Tyrannosaurus rex.
And she went on to find more than just that. She went on to find blood cells and blood vessels and ligaments and tendons and things like that too.
Yeah, can we watch this? I probably can. I don't know if it's going to play though. Well, see, now that says thousands of years, not even that many thousands of years.
And that points to what? Instant fossilization, instant electrical fossilization.
Right, and that was
in my view, anyway. I don't know about how Neil thinks about it.
What do you say, Neil? What was his name? Jupe? I think his name was Jupe.
Who?
His name, the Australian gentleman who brought that out.
Jup.
Jupe.
Yeah,
Jup.
Peter Mungo Jup.
Oh, I thought it was Jupe. Okay.
It's Jup.
It's tomato.
No, it's Jup.
Okay.
That's funny.
Yeah, tomato, whatever.
Didn't they first fire the first person that found it, and they got the job back or something? I heard something about that. 30 seconds may have made all the difference for the dinosaurs. I just think that they're a lot. They're not 65 million. Maybe they were dinosaurs 65 million years ago. But they didn't. I think it hasn't been that long at all. Do you think humans and dinosaurs coexisted?
I honestly, I've seen some interesting ideas and evidence with regarding tracks and stuff, but to say that as 100% proof, when it does seem very convincing, but
also,
we've been fooled before. So
South American carvings of people riding dinos.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that too, but except the guy asked for more and more of these things, and so people provided them. If the guy's paying this much money that's going to keep your family fed for a freaking half a year, that's going to be your new industry, making these.
It's possible that some of them are fake, but
I would assume that some are. Not all, maybe not all of them, of course, especially the beginning ones they found.
Yeah, the stuff at the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah.
June 1997.
What's his name?
Pathologist.
Father what?
I don't know.
I don't know
was
his
looking
name.
at this. Medical pathologist examined dinosaur bone under a microscope and found dinosaur blood inside the bone. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the part I was very interested in.
Yeah. So, we're talking maybe 4,000 or 5,000 years.
Could be as many as 60, Greg.
Yeah.
But
I
I'm
don't know how long
more
condition
inclined to
it is,
20,000. Like the Electric Universe, Wallace said that the artwork started changing dramatically 20,000 years ago.
Yes.
Humans' artwork changed dramatically 20,000 years ago.
We went from naturalist to like the Neolithic age that didn't make sense.
Symbols and
yes,
all that kind of thing.
Which led, of course, to Carl Jung's interpretation, which I think is wrong. Like him as a thinker, but
not Jung, right?
Yeah, well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, Carl Jung. Jung.
J-N-U-G. Or J-U-N-G.
Yeah, his interpretation of the archetypes is not correct.
Oh, yeah. I'm not really familiar with a lot of his work. I know a lot of people.
Well, he was the big guy that everybody follows with the archetype, with the archetypes.
Ah, yes, okay.
All the mainstream follow his work on archetypes, but we in the Electric Universe understand that the archetypes were the planets, and the planets did bad things from time to time, and that's why we made them gods.
Yeah. We made the planets gods, yeah, because they were right in our face, right?
Yeah.
Saturn was
Well, you have no choice.
They were right there every morning, every night.
In a way, and I kind of find this funny, the technology that we want to simulate things is very similar to the need to sort of reach into the past or somehow recreate a golden age. Mm-hmm. You know, like they don't want to be here, they want to be there. It's like a universal human thing. We're never happy where we are.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty happy where I am. I'm not expecting any more or any less of the world than what I'm receiving. So I just day to day it, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing the same thing, Shockwave. And I got my little family, and I'm pretty happy. I could use a lot more cash, but
can't. But
but outside of that, we struggle, but we make it.
It's not going to come down from the sky like a lightning bolt.
We always get through. Yeah, I know what you mean about that. Sure isn't. I guess Andy couldn't join us, but yeah, where he's at right now, it's probably like, I don't know, noon. So he's probably out working.
Feeding the animals and stuff.
Yeah.
Isn't he one that keeps animals?
Oh, yeah. He keeps cows and horses. And he's got all kinds of stuff. He's got a nice place, nice farm, lots of acreage. And so I remember the first time I was attracted to Saturn theory. I heard Paul Thornhill's take on it. It just struck me, man, like nothing else. And with the Electric Universe, it's like overload. It's going to change my life, really. To be honest.
You just went quiet there, Greg.
I did?
Yeah, you just came back again.
Oh no, not again.
No, you're all, for the whole call, you've been fine until just then. I don't know what you did just then, but don't do it again.
Okay. I moved the table. I said, okay. I won't do that.
Don't do that.
Yeah. So is there anything in the future going on with Thunderbolts? Who's running it now? Is Don Scott still around?
I assume Don Scott's still around, but I think that most of it is being still run by the lovely lady Susan. I think is still handling things.
Okay. It's quite a blow losing Walt Thornhill, you know.
I don't even want to think about it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. And well, don't forget Don Scott. He's up there in age too, and
Don't.
Yeah.
Okay, look, I'm worried about my own dad.
Yeah, no doubt. Life
Yep.
is short. You gotta enjoy it all you can.
Yeah.
Well,
Actually,
I've lost both my parents already, so I know
this is terrible.
how it feels. But it is what it is, and you just move on and just keep moving forward, and hopefully things get better. Like the electric universe, I hope that mainstream starts recognizing the electric forces that are going on out there.
The falsifications from this new telescope have been mind-boggling.
Yeah.
I mean, they're literally screaming no at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel that they have no choice but to try to fall back on previous theories and somehow try to write all of us out of the equation.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't understand. It's too complicated for you.
Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what I think what Neil was getting at is they're probably going to go back to pre-Einstein and look at those theories
Again,
and see what would fit best, and then make their own electric universe out of it.
There is no way that dark matter being something that is required to hold the galaxy together because Newton's laws demand it.
Mm-hmm.
That is a falsification. If your theory is Newton said this and your answer is wrong by a factor of 10 or 100,
100, almost 100. It's
then you're
98% of the universe is dark matter.
It's completely pointless because you're basically saying this stuff doesn't even exist.
They've adjusted that number down.
Well, it doesn't really matter. The point is adjusting numbers or anything really is not the point. The point is how is this going to react and what is going to happen when Betelgeuse finally hits its real size. Because what it's doing right now is it's pulling back its glow mode into arc mode. That's it. And it's not going to bust into a nova or anything. So
it's brightening.
Well, it's basically becoming something similar to our sun. As opposed to
and
something.
Contracting.
No, it is like when we were orbiting Saturn, we were inside its glow. Well, it's quite possible that around Betelgeuse there are a whole whack of planets inside that plasma. And once it shrinks down, then they'll be able to see stars for the first time.
If they survive.
Well, it's not killed them yet, hopefully. I mean, remember what happened with us? All those ions mixing with the oxygen just made it rain.
Yeah.
For like 200 million years or whatever.
Well, I don't think it was just the ions. I think there was a lot of material that was expelled from Saturn, and
there is a debate on
that. Came through the Saturn's shoulder. In other words, it's brand new belt, which was salt water, and that's where all our salt water came from. Because the NASA's told us that they've isotopically checked the water in that ice, and it's identical to Earth's isotopically.
In Saturn's rings.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not arguing with any of that. I'd like to hear more on it, though.
But yeah, that's true. I read that article too. I did a show on it.
I'm really stuffy and I'm not holding it well, so I'm going to cut this short if that's okay.
No, that's okay, guys. We got a pretty decent show out of this.
Just
do you want to try again?
Just for me, I would love to try again, especially even this weekend.
I think this was a lovely show. It didn't last long, but it was great information, and we got an hour. So hey.
Oh, well, that's good.
That's not so bad. I did record, right? Yes, it's recording.
Yeah, it looks like I see
Thank
a red
God.
dot.
Yes.
Thank God, yeah.
Well, we
with
got
a
an
circle.
hour.
I see a red dot with a circle around it.
But I would love Saturn? To come on board. I'm just feeling a little under the weather. So.
Well, I love this talk. Sure, let's do it again. When do you guys want to do it?
Anytime you want. Just give me a couple days in advance, and I'm okay. It's just when it's really recent. I don't know how I'm going to react because I might not be
I
ready.
can do it tomorrow night, but I can't do it on Sunday night because I got to go out scouting.
I could probably do it tomorrow night too if you really want to.
All right. Well,
depends on your family.
See how things go tomorrow, and I'll let you know.
All right, perfect.
Maybe we can get Andy on board too, and Polygirl.
I agree, and I miss you all. So
I do too. I miss you all. I really love talking to you guys. You bring a lot to the table, and I do appreciate it because you're helping me out.
Once a month, let's do a show, Neil. Once a month, let's do a show, Neil.
Give me a moment. I'm thinking about it. Okay.
Well, you got support
take your time. There's no pressure. Just a suggestion. That's all.
I know. I feel like I'm falling down, but at the same time, I can't let my failure to do things that I normally could do is not my fault.
Yeah.
And I have to recognize that.
It's a burden. I mean, it's hard. It's not a burden, but it's hard. It's hard work. It's not easy.
And it's not something I'm used to at all. Like being, not being able to do what I was doing and not being able to keep up. And
yeah.
Just think of a topic and we'll do a half hour on it.
Oh, I know. I'm totally fine with any of this. It makes me feel better. It really does. I just wish I could stay longer.
I hope so.
Well, let's see how we feel tomorrow, and if not, we'll work out another time. It doesn't matter, but I'd like to. I'll try tomorrow.
All right.
Okay,
yeah, a couple days advance notice isn't bad, Greg. But yeah, tomorrow was awesome. I'm in.
Okay, man. Well, I'll see you guys tomorrow then.
Miss you all. See you soon.
Good night, everybody.
Great talk. Bye.
Yes, that was part 1. Part 2 currently resides in Patreon, so if you'd like to check it out there. And we're going to watch a few other videos I have in mind. I hope everybody's doing good. I'll see you soon.
Before we go any further, I just wanted to be known that reading mainstream articles causes me mental anguish,
acute scotoma, severe anxiety, narcolepsy, nightmares, mental trauma, PSPD, emotional distress, hurt feelings, moral hazard, pain and suffering, psychic energy, emotional harm, intellectual disability, academic failure, acute WTF disorder, psychological trauma, and greater damage to the greater cavity.
Messier 87 has swallowed an entire galaxy in the last billion years. Now, observations with ESO's Very Large Telescope have revealed that the giant elliptical galaxy Messier 87 has swallowed an entire medium-sized galaxy over the past billion years. Have found evidence of excessive light coming from the remains of the totally disrupted victim. For the first time, a team of astronomers has been able to track the motions of 300 glowing planetary nebulae to find clear evidence of this event, and also found evidence of excessive light coming from the remains of the totally disrupted victim. I'm trying to picture a galaxy eating another galaxy. It would just become part of that galaxy. But yeah, who knows what it would look like. Astronomers expect that galaxies grow by swallowing smaller galaxies, but the evidence is usually not easy to see. Just as the remains of the water thrown from a glass into a pond will quickly merge with the pond water, the stars and the infalling galaxy merge in with the very similar stars of the bigger galaxy, leaving no trace. But now a team of astronomers led by PhD student Elisa Longobardi at the Max Planck Institute in Garching, Germany, has applied a clever observational trick to clearly show that the nearby giant elliptical galaxy Messier 87 merged with a smaller spiral galaxy in the last billion years. This result shows directly that large, luminous structures in the universe are still growing in a substantial way. Galaxies are not finished yet, says Elisa. Look up Halton. The large sector of the Messier 87's outer halo now appears twice as bright as it would if the collision had not taken place. Messier 87 is at the center of the Virgo cluster of galaxies. And this is what we think it looks like. But this is what it really looks like. It is a vast ball of stars with a total mass more than a million times that of the Sun, lying about 50 million light years away. Rather than to try to look at all the stars in Messier 87, there are literally billions, and they are too faint and numerous to be studied individually. The team looked at a planetary nebulae, the glowing shells around aging stars, because these objects shine very brightly in a specific hue of aquamarine. They can be distinguished from the surrounding stars. Careful observation of the light from the nebulae using a powerful spectrograph can also reveal their motions. Just as the water from a glass is not visible once thrown into the pond, but many have caused ripples, and other disturbances can be seen if there are particles of mud in the water. The motions of the planetary nebulae, measured using the flames spectrograph on the Very Large Telescope, provide clues to the past merger. We are witnessing a single, recent accretion event where a medium-sized galaxy fell through the center of Messier 87. As a consequence of the enormous gravitational tidal forces, its stars are now scattered over a region that is 100 times larger than the original galaxy, as Ortwin Gerhard, head of the dynamics group at the Max Planck Institute, an extragalactic astronomer and co-author of the new study. The team also looked very carefully at the light distribution in the outer parts of Messier 87, found evidence of extra light coming from the stars in the galaxy that had been pulled in and disrupted. These observations also have shown that the disrupted galaxy has added younger, bluer stars to Messier 87, which was probably a star-forming spiral galaxy before its merger. It is very exciting to be able to identify stars that have been scattered around hundreds of thousands of light years in the halo of this galaxy. Can you imagine being a planet going around a star in the Eaton galaxy, going around it, but still be able to see from their velocities that they belong to a common structure? The green planetary nebulae are the needles in the haystack of the golden stars, but these rare needles hold the clues to what happened to the stars, concludes co-author Magda, Garching, Germany. All right. Black heart, holes in space and time. We should remember that there was once a discipline called natural philosophy. Unfortunately, this discipline seems to not exist today. It has been renamed science, but science of today is in danger of losing much of the natural philosophy aspect. Hans Elfing. Consensus astronomers believe that gamma rays, X-rays, and radio waves are created by gravity and acceleration in space. Dusty clouds of hydrogen gas are supposed to reach temperatures in the millions of Kelvin, causing gas and dust to glow brightly and emit radiation. In that view, powerful radiation sources are those that achieve the greatest gravitational force. Cygnus A is one of the first radio sources that revealed jets and lobes accelerating out of its nucleus. They are thought to result from material falling into a central black hole. where it is torn apart. Subatomic debris is then propelled out of the galactic core by some means not understood in consensus circles. It is suggested that spinning magnetic fields surround black holes, but the theory cannot be tested. Among the many difficulties faced by mainstream astrophysics is how magnetic fields can align and compress particle emissions into gas that maintain coherency. Radio jets from some galaxies reach out for over 1 million light years before they disperse into vast clouds of radio-emitting particles, larger than their galactic sources. Recently, the astronomical community announced their first image of a black hole. Researchers from the Max Planck Institute for Radio Astronomy in Bonn, Germany, and the Institute of Radio Astronomy, IRAM, using the Event Horizon Telescope, captured what they believe is an image of a black hole. What is that visual evidence? The press release states that a ring-like structure with a dark central region, the black hole's shadow. This ring appears in multiple separate observations using different imaging methods, making the scientists involved confident that they have indeed captured the shadow of a black hole. The important factor missing in their observation is that the magnetic fields mentioned in the press release are electromagnetic and not simply magnetic. The only way to generate a magnetic field is with a flow of electric charge or electricity. As written in previous pictures of the day, radio bright celestial objects are not created in gravity fields, no matter how powerful. Laboratory experiments most easily produce them by accelerating charged particles through an electric field, rather than gravity. An electromagnetic entity called a plasmoid is responsible for jets, lobes, and other objects in space. Many people need to learn about this plasmoid. As far as black holes are concerned, there are no experiments that show evidence for matter collapse to near infinite density. It is Bennett pinches, Z pinches, in plasma state material that form plasmoids. When the electric flux inside double layers within galactic circuits gets too high, there is a sudden short circuit that draws energy from the surrounding space. The energy could be concentrated from hundreds of cubic light years and then discharged in a burst of cosmic lightning, generating X-rays or flares of ultraviolet light. Instead of a black hole, a plasmoid in M87's heart is ramping up charged particles so electrons spiral in the electromagnetic fields and give off X-rays and radio emissions. The idea that electricity flows through the universe is resisted by today's consensus, so its influence and attributes are unseen. It is true that some physicists discuss magnetism, and some even describe what they believe to be electric currents in galactic jets. It is not a widely accepted idea, though. It has long been said that seeing is believing. However, it should not be surprising that believing is seeing appears to be more apt when there is no inner experience, such as a theory. Outer realities remain invisible, such is the case with cosmic electric fields and the flow of electric charge through the universe. Stephen Smith, hat tip to William Thompson. Indeed.
The Safire technology was designed and built to replicate the atmosphere of the Sun in a laboratory on Earth, and to test the electric sun model. These are the factors we control. These are some of the things the Safire Lab is now capable of. These are some of our recent discoveries. In our tests and experiments, we have found no disparities with the electric sun model. In fact, all the evidence to date indicates that electricity is the primal force in the universe.
Interstellar medium, one from the world of cells. Same thing, interstellar medium, world of cells. This is my favorite. Two of those are from the world of biology, two are views of something going on in our galaxy. So this is not an accident that they look the same, and it's not an artifact of our instruments. The reason these two worlds look so similar is because in many ways they are similar. We live in a living universe. The cosmology that we grew up with is dead. And I don't mean dead as in over with. I mean, it only talks about dead things. Stars are supposedly dead. Galaxies are supposedly dead. The whole universe is supposedly dead. And only you and I are alive. Only you and I. The profoundness of this absurdity needs to be re-examined. Astrophysics will be stuck until it can acknowledge that the objects it studies are alive, just like you and me, and our little cells.
Double layers in laboratory and cosmic plasmas. The Helicon Double Layer Thruster, HDLT, credit Australian National University Research, School of Physical Sciences and Engineering. Electric double layers are like waterfalls that energize charged particles falling through them. We have to learn again that science without contact with experiments is an enterprise which is likely to go completely astray into imaginary conjecture. Hans Elfing. A double layer forms in plasma when electric charge flows through it. Double layers are found in the plasma environment of Earth, as well as around the stars, creating phenomena like aurorae and electromagnetic radiation from pulsars, thermal emissions from hot filaments in light bulbs, LED plasma, lead plasma pioneer Irving Langmuir, to contemplate the behavior of charged particles moving through various gases. He was the first to coin the term plasma when referring to such ionized gas, since charged regions in gas tend to isolate themselves from the environment, as well as act in ways not governed by mechanical theories. He thought they appeared similar to the organic plasma component of cells. So he used biology-based terminology. I don't think it's way off base either. There might even be something to that, mimicking cells with the living cell galaxy theory. Scientists from the National University Research School of Physical Sciences and Engineering in Canberra discovered double layers in their laboratory plasma systems, finding that they were accelerating eons to supersonic velocities. The double layers are self-generating, so the effect has been incorporated into an efficient spacecraft thrust mechanism. As mentioned, a double layer is an electric charge separation region that forms in plasma. It consists of oppositely charged parallel layers, resulting in a voltage drop in electric field across the layer. which accelerates the plasma's electrons and positive ions in opposite directions. Since moving electric charges generate electricity, there is an electric current present. If there are sufficiently large potential drops in layer separation, electrons might accelerate to relativistic velocities, producing synchrotron radiation. Nobel Prize winner Hans Alfvén described a double layer as a plasma formation by which a plasma, in the physical meaning of this word, protects itself from the environment. And it's analogous to a cell wall by which plasma, in the biological meaning of this word, protects itself from the environment. Isn't that interesting? Just about everything has some kind of self-protection mechanism. Electric forces can accelerate charged particles with energies of 10 to the power of 20 electron volts or more. Since electricity requires a circuit for charge to flow, and an electric current forms a magnetic field. That field tends to constrict the current. As pointed out in previous Picture of the Day articles, that constricted channel is known as a Bennett pinch, or Z-pinch. The pinched filaments of electric current remain coherent over large distances. Laboratory experiments with particle accelerators confirm the observation. Plasma's behavior is driven by conditions in those circuits. Fluctuations can form double layers with large potential voltages between them. The electric force in double layers can be much stronger than those from gravitational or mechanical forces. Double layers separate plasma into cells and filaments that can have different temperatures or densities. At times, a double layer might interrupt charge flow in the circuit, causing a catastrophic rise in voltage across it. The powerful energy release of the expanding double layer is sometimes observed in power transmission switchyards when a circuit breaker is opened incorrectly. I think we've all seen those. Hans Alfvén identified just such an occurrence when he was contracted by the Swedish power company to investigate some serious accidents that had occurred. A few of the mercury arc rectifiers used in the power transmission circuits had exploded for no apparent reason. Alfvén identified the cause as unstable double layers within the plasma flow. He wrote, "In Sweden, the water power is located in the north and the industry in the south. The transfer of power between these regions over a distance of about 1,000 kilometers was first done with AC, when it was realized that DC transmission would be cheaper. Mercury rectifiers were developed. It turned out that such a system normally worked well, but it happened now and then that rectifiers produced enormous overvoltages, so that fat electrical sparks filled the rectifying station and did considerable harm. An arc rectifier must have a very low pressure of mercury vapor in order to stand the high back voltages during half of the AC cycle. On the other hand, it must be able to carry large currents during the other half cycle. It turned out that these two requirements were conflicting. Because of very low pressure, the plasma could not carry enough current. If the current density is too high, an exploding double layer may be formed. This means that in the plasma, a region of high vacuum is produced. The plasma refuses to carry any current at all. At the sudden interruption of the 1,000 kilometer inductance produces enormous overvoltages, which may be destructive. There are also double layers in space that emit radio wave over a broad band of frequencies. They can sort galactic material into regions of like composition and condense it. They can accelerate charged particles to cosmic ray energies. Double layers in space can explode for the same reason as Alfvén's rectifiers, releasing more energy than is locally present. This effect can be seen in stellar flares or so-called nova outbursts. Let's just hope the sun never does that. Since plasma is composed of charged particles, their movement constitutes an electric current which generates a magnetic field. Electrons spiral in the resulting magnetic field, creating synchrotron radiation that can shine in all high energy frequencies, including extreme ultraviolet, X-rays, and gamma rays. According to Alfvén and others, electric power flows along the spiral arms of a galactic circuit, where it is concentrated and stored in a central plasmoid within the galactic bulge. When the current density reaches a critical threshold, the plasmoid discharges along the galaxy's spin axis as an energetic jet of plasma. The phenomenon has been replicated in the laboratory with a plasma focus device. Cosmic plasmas and their activity can be replicated in the laboratory, allowing insights into the large-scale structures that populate the universe. Since gravitational forces cannot be examined in the laboratory, or laboratory, if you choose, consensus opinions about the gravity-only model of celestial objects suffer from a moribund condition. Hopefully, a fresh perspective will
I think it's reasonable to start about 100 years ago. And about 100 years ago, almost everybody in astronomy, without question, assumed that the whole of the universe was what you could see in the Milky Way. Nobody felt that the universe was any bigger than the stars that you see in the sky, associated with our own local Milky Way. And that was the situation certainly around 1905, times like that. There are well-known people who propounded these ideas. 10 years later, Einstein first proposed his general theory of relativity. Now, when Einstein proposed this, it's a theory of gravity, which means that it's a theory which should represent the whole of the universe, because it's gravitational forces that are controlling the universe. Well, Einstein made this theory around 1915, and he immediately wanted to try and use this theory to explain the universe as it then was, the so-called Milky Way system. But of course, the idea of this was that it was a static system. That is, it wasn't contracting or expanding, it was a static system. And Einstein found that his equations did not allow for a static universe unless he inserted a certain constant in the mathematics, which became known as the cosmological constant. But what happened in the early 1920s was that a very clever Russian called Friedman in 1922 found solutions to Einstein's equations which allow the universe to either expand or contract. Now that was done in the Soviet Union soon after the revolution, and nobody in the West knew about this, I think. But in 1927, a Belgian priest, the Abbé Lemaitre, as he later became, also discovered these solutions. And he went to England, and his work was publicized in Cambridge and elsewhere, and the famous English astronomer Sir Arthur Eddington and others got to know about this, and they immediately began to say, how can this apply to the current universe? Well, in the same period, in 1929, Hubble made what I still believe was the most important discovery in extragalactic astronomy. Nobody in the West knew about this, I think. But in 1927, a Belgian priest, the Abbé Lemaitre, as he later became, also discovered these solutions. And he went to England, and his work was publicized in Cambridge and elsewhere, and the famous English astronomer Sir Arthur Eddington and others got to know about this, and they immediately began to say, how can this apply to the current universe? Well, in the same period, in 1929, Hubble made what I still believe was the most important discovery in extragalactic astronomy in the last century, or the last century but one. he showed that if you look at the spiral nebulae, the faint spiral nebulae, the shifts in their spectra are proportional to their apparent brightnesses. And this led very soon to the idea that this fitted very well with the expanding universe, and that indeed this is the kind of universe we lived in, that what we were looking at are galaxies, Milky Ways, further and further away from us, and the further away from us, the larger the redshifts, and if that's interpreted in the way that most people would interpret it, this means that they are moving away faster and faster. So this was the original idea. By the 1930s, the front page of the New York Times said we live in an expanding universe.
When Hubble made his great discovery, it was for galaxies like our own Milky Way galaxy, and they all followed the same rule, that the fainter they are, the larger their redshift. In other words, the faster they are moving away from us. This is known as the Hubble law, and directly led to the expanding universe theories. But in the 1960s, there was a new discovery, the quasi-stellar objects, often referred to as quasars. They appear as star-like points on the sky, frequently blue in color, and they have very, very large redshifts, implying that they are at huge distances from the Earth, at the very boundaries of the observable universe. Some astronomers soon found that a vast number of these strange new objects populated the regions around spiral galaxies, and were not only observable with radio telescopes, but were optical and X-ray sources as well. There were two properties of the quasars that were difficult for astronomers to understand using the expanding universe theory. The first was that, if one plotted their apparent brightness against their redshifts, as one does for galaxies, one gets an unexpected scatter on the diagram, instead of the smooth curve made by the same plot done for galaxies. This seems to indicate that the quasars do not follow the Hubble law as do most other objects, and that there is no direct indication that they are actually at their proposed redshift distances. In fact, it is argued that if Hubble had first been given the plots for quasars, he and other astronomers would never have concluded that the universe was expanding. The second property was that quasars are very small, compact objects, sometimes only a light year across. So if quasars are really at their extreme redshift distances, they must then be the brightest and most energetic objects known to astronomers. So energetic, in fact, that untestable, almost metaphysical mechanisms must be applied to explain the phenomena. On the other hand, when placed at their observed distances, that is, in the neighborhood of nearby galaxies, their brightness and energies become normal, and no special mechanisms need to be evoked. This problem has led many astronomers to abandon the idea that all redshifts are due to their speed of recession away from the Earth. And if this is true, then there is no need for an expanding universe, and the Big Bang never happened. The questions arise. Is there a connection between certain types of galaxies and the quasar? Are quasars ejected from galaxies, and in fact proto-galaxies themselves? Is there some other astrophysical process which can explain the redshift discrepancies? One of the world's most controversial experts on the structure and morphology of quasars, Halton C. Arp, has for 35 years proposed just such an idea. For the heresy of opposing orthodox interpretations of the redshift problem, Arp has had to pay a heavy price, the same price paid by many a scientist with new and innovative ideas. Dr. Arp was forced to resign from his permanent position at the Carnegie Institute of Washington Observatories after the Caltech head of the Telescope Allocation Committee threatened him by saying, unless he changed his line of research, they would take away his telescope time. Due to this fact and his ongoing struggle against the established paradigms, Arp is often referred to as the modern Galileo.
I remember when I sent the paper into, the first paper into Astrophysical Journal on the nature of companion galaxies, and I had a lot of them on the ends of spiral arms, so I was sure that they were connected, and I showed that they were systematically redshifted. I sent that in with naive, great expectations that people would be terribly interested and impressed on this. And the editor of the Astrophysical Journal at that time was Subrahmanyan Chandrasekhar, who had a fantastic reputation as a master theoretician and also quite an incomprehensible theoretician, and a tremendously powerful figure in the field, and editor of the Astrophysical Journal, which is probably the most powerful position in the field. And he chose not to, in his wisdom and judicial fairness, chose not to send it to a referee, but he just wrote across the paper, "This exceeds my imagination," and he sent it back to the director of my institute, Horace Babcock, with the obvious implication, you've got to do something about this staff member of yours who's doing these very bad things. And so Horace called me down in the office one day after this, and I walked in his office, into the director's office, and I saw this paper lying in front of him with Chandrasekhar's scroll across it. And Horace looked at me and said, well, he said, this is just too much, and you're going to have to start looking for another job. And so all I could say to him was, well, if you send me that in writing, please send me in writing. And I was waiting in great trepidation for weeks and months to get something in writing, and I finally never did, so I realized that he decided to give me another chance, so to speak. So that was fairly early in the game, and then some years went by, and there was the competition for time, particularly on the 200-inch telescope, was getting more and more heated, and people were saying, well, we can't continue to give time to this obviously incorrect and embarrassing research that ARP does. So finally they sent a letter to me from the allocation committee, including a number of the younger members of my institute, saying that unless I changed my line of research, that they would have to take away my telescope time. At that point, I considered the situation very carefully, and I figured that the evidence, although a lot more evidence could be gathered and has since been gathered since then, the important thing was not the evidence, because if it was true, it would come out someday. The important thing was the principle of scientific investigation, whether scientists could follow new lines of investigation and follow up on evidence which apparently contradicted the current theorems and the current paradigms. And I also felt that regardless of what happened to me personally, that this was the important issue, and that I had no choice but to resign on the point of this issue, so that if it developed, which I thought it would, that my line of investigation was correct, that people then in the future would say, okay, this was the wrong thing to do, and in the future we're going to have to see that this kind of thing doesn't happen again.
The observers come in now with the belief that we live in a Big Bang universe, and therefore all of their ways of understanding things are tailored to that. And they don't come in with the possibility that this that our alternative, or any other for that matter, is right, and really do it in an open-minded way.
Problem with graduate education. I think graduate education is not teaching students to think.
They were initially at high redshift, and the redshift decayed as time went on, and therefore we were looking at a physics that was operating in the universe in which matter was born with low mass and with very high redshift, and as it matured and evolved into our present form, that we were seeing the birth and evolution of galaxies in the universe.
If proto-quasars ejected from the nucleus of active galaxies themselves evolve into new, younger galaxies, astrophysicists must find experimentally and observationally the mechanisms which describe this phenomena. One model explains that the proto-quasars are ejected, trapped in the galaxy's extreme magnetic field, aligned along the spiral arms, thus explaining the torn, disturbed features often observed in the galactic medium, and the frequent appearance of high redshift companion galaxies attached by filaments to a lower redshift parent galaxy. The other and most frequently observed alignment is when quasars appear to have been directly ejected out of the galaxy's active nucleus along its line of least resistance, creating a field of systematically high to low redshift quasars, or younger to older evolved protogalaxies. This is exemplified in innumerable systems like the one around the galaxy quasar field of NGC 3516. If one disregards the proposed redshift distance to these objects, observation clearly points to ejection as a likely explanation for their close vicinity to the central galaxies around which they are found. These results, though preliminary, are promising developments which may lead the way to new and exciting insights in cosmology.
One of the best and earliest of the really controversial things was a Seyfert galaxy known as NGC 4319, which Chip Arp discovered that it has a protrusion coming out in the south direction from it, one of its spiral arms, and ending up on another galaxy known as Markarian, and people have tried to explain it away in all kinds of ways, and then tried to take false pictures to show that it's not there. But I've seen the good pictures, which were the first really good pictures were taken by Jack Salentic.
NGC 4319 was part of some work that I did in the early 80s when I was a young astronomer, a young faculty member, and people were coming up to me and saying, oh, I've written a paper to show that what Chip Arp has done is wrong. There were at least 3 famous papers right around 79, 80, 81, and it took about 5 minutes to look at these papers to see that they were flawed. And one of them was a paper that claimed to show no connection between NGC 4319 and the quasar, Markarian 205. So at that time I had the opportunity to work at JPL using the new image processing facilities that had been developed for the Voyager program, in fact. And it took 1 hour's effort to show that there was some kind of a luminous feature between those 2 objects. I don't know what it is, but there's no question that there is a luminous feature, and it cannot be dismissed in the ways that it was dismissed in the early 80s.
Suddenly there appeared press releases from Space Telescope Science Institute, which was the research arm of NASA's Hubble Space Telescope, and this press release said that they were not connected, and it gave a Hubble Space Telescope picture. It was not very deep, and you could just see 2 objects and no connection between them. And in this press release, then they said that that this proved that there was no contradiction with the current expanding universe paradigm.
therefore all of their ways of understanding things are tailored to that. And they don't come in with the possibility that this, that our alternative, or any other for that matter, is right, and really do it in an open-minded way. And of course, what goes along with that is that observers who would like to test this way find it very hard to get observing time and so on. I mean, this relates to the whole issue of whether
Saturn Theory Overview. The Saturn Theory arose from a historical argument, in the sense that that argument relates to the human past, as implied by the details of human memory in ancient times, and by human artifacts, in ways that will be obvious, as may readily result, and several of which may well stand as serious obstacles in the minds of skeptically minded, feet-on-the-ground folks. One obvious and immediate question is whether something as ambiguous as myth could actually qualify as evidence. The historical argument focuses on points of agreement in the memories of widespread races, suggesting levels of coherence, often missed by historians and anthropologists, and raising the possibility that this coherence arises from a core of human experience that has been missed as well. There is an overarching idea in this argument. We've not only misunderstood the past, we've failed to recognize the consistency of ancient memory in pointing to extraordinary events never considered by modern science. Remarkably, every motive of our early ancestors directs our attention to experiences impossible to comprehend in terms of any natural phenomena occurring today. This consistency will be seen even at the most fundamental levels of human memory, in the most deeply rooted themes of the first civilizations. 1. The universal memory of a former age of the gods. 2. The universal memory of an ancestral golden age, inaugurating the age of the gods. 3. The universal memory of a celestial king of the world, whose life inspired the ancestral leap into civilization. 4. Description of the gods as luminaries of immense size and power, wielding weapons of thunder and stone. 5. The universal claim that the ancient world evolved by critical phases or cycles, punctuated by sweeping catastrophe. 6. Global traditions of gods and heroes ruling for a time, then departing amid terrifying spectacles and upheavals. 7. The frequently stated transfiguration of the departed gods into distant stars. 8. The identification of the ruling gods with planets in the first astronomies. 9. The relentless urge of star worshippers to draw pictures of celestial forms never seen in our sky. 10. The desperate yearning to recover the semblance of a lost cosmic order. 11. Their collective efforts to replicate in architecture the towering forms claimed to have existed in primeval times. 12. Their festive recreations through mystery, plays, and symbolic rites of cosmic violence and disorder. 13. Their reputation through ritual sacrifice of the deaths or ordeals of the gods. 14. The brutal and ritualistic wars of expansion, celebrated as a repetition of the cosmic devastation wrought in the wars of the gods. Such motives as these constitute, in fact, the most already verifiable underpinnings of ancient ritual, myth, and symbol. How strange that in our incessant glance backwards, The builders of the first civilizations never remembered anything resembling the natural world in which we live. What is needed in the face of unusual but widely repeated memories is brutal intellectual honesty. How did human consciousness emerge from the womb of nature, converge on the same improbable ideas, contradicting nature? For centuries we've lived under the illusion that our ancestors simply made up explanations of natural phenomena they didn't understand. But that's not the problem. What the myth makers interpreted or explained through stories and symbols and ritual reenactments is an unrecognized world, a world of alien sights and sounds, of celestial forms, of cosmic spectacles and earth-shaking events that do not occur in our world. That is the problem. From an evaluation of the global themes of ancient cultures, we have hypothesized a world order never envisioned by mainstream theory. A world in which planets moved on different courses, appearing huge in the sky. Heaven-spanning celestial forms dominated human imagination to the point of obsession at the time of civilization's birth. Our contention will be that hundreds of ancient themes speak for a unified experience, an experience more specific in context and detail than any of us had ever imagined when we started our research. No universal theme stands alone or in isolation from any of the others. All are connected. All speak for the presence of a coherent memory beneath the surface of seemingly random detail. In offering these summaries, I am not asking or expecting anyone to embrace the extraordinary theory of planetary history involved, only to consider highly interesting evidence. One of the values of this reinterpretation of evidence is the model works, and it explains the subject matter. Hence, whatever you may think of the claimed events, merely discovering the active memory will throw remarkable new light on the ancient structures of human consciousness. In the course of these summaries, questions and challenges will be welcome, and wherever possible, I will try to incorporate these into the narrative as we go along. End of Part 1. David Talbot. Velikovsky's Comet, Part 2, Venus, Smoking Star. In arguing for the cometary character of Venus, Velikovsky cited Aztec records suggesting that the planet Venus shared the same title given a comet. The early traditions of peoples of Mexico, written down in pre-Columbian days, relate that Venus smoked. The star that smoked, the Estrella que humeva, was Citlal, which the Spaniards called Venus. Now I ask, says Alexander Humboldt, what optical illusion could give Venus the appearance of a star throwing out smoke? Sahagan, the 16th century Spanish authority on Mexico, wrote that the Mexicans called a comet a star that smoked. It may thus be concluded that since the Mexicans called Venus a star that smoked, they considered it a comet. In Bob Forrest's mind, the Aztec references could have nothing to do with what may or may not have happened back in the mid-2nd millennium BC, because the references to Venus smoking came from the 16th century AD. In a number of instances, Aztec records say that Earth shook and the star Citlal, Venus, smoked. To account for the curiosity, Forrest simply accepts the guess of Alexander Humboldt, who suggested that the smoke related to the volcano Orizaba, situated to the east of the city Colula, and whose glow, when seen in the distance, resembled or was symbolically related to the rising morning star. Forrest was apparently satisfied with the first guess he uncovered. All we have are some 16th century records which say, every so often, that the star smoked. But since the smoking seems frequently to be intertwined with earthquake activity, Humboldt's assumption seems reasonable. With that stated, Forrest moved on, never returning to the issue of the Aztec smoking star. A quite different approach would have been to explore the possibility of a broader Venus-Comet association, to see where the available evidence leads. Guided by this intent, Forrest would have quickly found, for example, that Aztec association of earthquake activity with smoking stars belonged to the general mythology of the comet among the Aztecs. Thus, with respect to the comets portrayed in the Codex Vaticanus and Codex Tellerino-Rimensis, the respected authority on Mexican astronomy, Anthony Aveni, writes, comets are represented frequently by surviving historical documents, usually by a stellar image on a blue background with emanating streams of smoke. These usually signify that a person of nobility will die. For example, one picture of the death of the ruler Tenochtitlan followed the apparition of a comet. Later, another comet occurs, then an earthquake, all of nature's events being connected in the Aztec cosmic view. As I hope to demonstrate fully in this series of articles, the connectedness of these images derives from a universal substratum of myth: appearance of a comet, death of a great ruler, quaking earth, not in Mexico alone, but in one ancient culture after another. The Skywatchers repeatedly placed these unusual themes in juxtaposition. Despite this crucial fact, no comet observed by science has ever justified the symbolic connection. But Forrest seems unaware that the language employed in astrological texts and omens is drawn from ancient mythical images, following his mythological ground rules. Therefore, no records of portents in the sky recorded in the last 3 millennia would be of any relevance to Velikovsky's argument, even when repeatedly attached explicit cometary images to Venus, with respect to the image of the planet Venus as the smoking star in the Codex Tellerino-Rimensis. Aveni offers his own attempt at an explanation. Perhaps a cometary object appeared near the planet. Of course, Forrest could just as easily have cited this guess, then dropped the whole issue. But is there something more worth investigating here? Throughout the Americas, including Mexico, natives called a comet the star with hair, or long-haired star, or main star, an appellation that fits comfortably with the global language of the comet. In fact, the long-haired star is the single most common phrase for the comet around the world, and our own word for comet comes from the Greek kometes, the long-haired star. Yucatec Maya dictionaries give a gloss for smoke star or main star. But curiously, the Aztecs used this very language for Venus. As noted by Velikovsky, they called the planet Zantemoc, meaning the main star, or long-haired star, and not the Aztecs alone, for one finds among the Maya the same enigmatic association of the planet Venus with long flowing hair. A commonly observed Maya hieroglyph is the Caban curl, a flowing tassel or lock of hair repeatedly attached to acknowledged Venus systems, including the glyph name of Venus itself. To encounter the long flowing locks of Venus, one need only consult available sources. Turn to the Incan language of Venus, for example. I can remember in the first few days of investigating images of Venus, looking through a standard summary of Incan mythology and encountering the name of Venus as Chasca, translated as long-haired star, the precise phrase for the comet in the global lexicon. It was instances such as this that continued to fuel my own interest in learning more. According to William Prescott, Venus was known to the Peruvians by the name of Chasca, or youth with long curling locks. Cartwright Brundage tells us that among the Inca, Venus was the radiant star with flowing hair, the morning star, Chaska, the disheveled one, dispensed stories of freshness and loveliness upon flowers, princesses and virgins below. She was the deity of the rosy cloud rack of morning, and when she shook out her long hair, she scattered the dew upon the earth. The point here is that Forrest's explanation of the Aztec Venus smoking star association fails to acknowledge converging lines of evidence. Aztec comet as smoking star, Aztec Venus as smoking star, Aztec and Mayan long-haired star as comet, Aztec Venus as long-haired star, Mayan Venus with or as flowing lock or tassel, Incan Venus as long-haired star. Hence, the methodological issue is placed in sharp relief. Here is another way of looking at the issue logically. Around the world, there are only a small number of pre-astronomical hieroglyphs for the comet. You could, in fact, count the primary glyphs on the fingers of one hand. Heart, soul of a deceased god-king or great leader rising in the sky. Long-haired star, star with flowing locks, mane, tresses, disheveled hair, beard, hairy tail. Torch star, ember, flame, smoke, smoking star, train of fire, spark or train of sparks. Celestial feather, winged star, soul bird, bright feathers, feathered headdress, shining bird's tail, cosmic serpent, dragon, or similar monster. The remaining general hieroglyphs for the comet could be counted on the fingers of your second hand. They include a sword, a bundle of grass or straw, whisk broom, or a spiraled rope, cord, tie, or knot. At what point, then, does a coincidence or seemingly irrational use of language, comet words or glyphs attached to Venus, become an anomaly worth pursuing? Forrest not only sidesteps the implications of parallel cometry, images of Venus in other lands, he ignores the convergence of such images in Mexico. As the methodology, the approach is disastrous because there is much, much more. And next we have Quetzalcoatl. In the popular Aztec myth of Quetzalcoatl, the Venus comet anomaly grows by leaps and bounds, and in this case, the completeness of the commentary motifs leaves no room for ad hoc explanations. Whether remembered by the Aztecs as a former great king and founder of the Golden Age, or a former sun god ruling a primordial epoch, Quetzalcoatl was the cultural hero without equal in the Aztec pantheon. His continuance adorning temple walls and the stucco bases of pyramids, painted on countless frescoes and codices, and engraved on sarcophagi and monoliths strewn across Mexico. The climatic event in the Quetzalcoatl myth is the god's catastrophic death and transformation in an overwhelming disaster, an event endlessly repeated in sacrificial rites, and supplying the cornerstone of Aztec calendar rituals and astronomical symbolism. In a pervasive version of the myth, at the death of Quetzalcoatl, the god's heart and soul, the god's heart or soul rose in the sky as a great spark or ember, trailing smoke and fire. A star whose fiery train the Aztecs portrayed as the streaming tail of the Quetzal bird. Was this flaming star a comet? One notes that the Quiche Maya called the comet Uji Chumao, tail of the star, and the Aztec artists often draw comets as stars with quetzaltails, the bright and luminous plumes of the Quetzal, providing a particularly well-suited hieroglyph for a comet. The symbolism accords well with that of other peoples. The Pawnee gave to the comet the name Paragus Kuka, feathered headdress, an appellation that proves telling. See later discussion of the plumed headdress in our next installment. In Africa, the streaming comet's tail was identified as the feathers of the nightjar. and the natives say of a comet. It is wearing streaming feathers. Astronomer Carl Sagan, or as well would say Carl Sagan, in his review of worldwide comet motifs, notes that comets are called tail stars, and stars with long feathers. Germanic races call the comet the peacock's tail, while in China a comet was seen as both a peacock's tail and a pheasant's tail. Isn't it amazing how it seems like everything that we know comes from Saturn theory? It's just embarrassingly rich with evidence. That Quetzalcoatl's flaming or plumed heart soul meant a comet-like star is substantiated by converging lines of evidence. Its cometary character, for example, would agree with a general tradition among the Aztecs that comets were the ascending souls of great chiefs. The Quetzalcoatl was the model of the good king. Gives perfect sense to the symbolic motif. The Quetzalcoatl was also the prototype of the Aztec shaman. That is, he was the celestial figure whose biography provided the general myth and symbolism of the shaman. It is thus worth noting that in South American lore, the soul of a shaman was believed to depart in the form of a comet. Noteworthy is the fact that a comet appearing sometime prior to the conquest of the Aztecs by Cortez, was reckoned as a positive sign that Quetzalcoatl would eventually return to Mexico. To suggest that the heart and soul of Quetzalcoatl rose as a comet is simply to place the Aztec symbolism alongside a universal tradition. Cultures around the world proclaim the comet to be the soul of a dying king. Thus, we have listed this significant theme as number 1 in our short list of comet symbols above. See discussion to follow. But there is a problem here. While several variations on the story of Quetzalcoatl's death may have been preserved, one of the central elements is the identification of the heart soul as the planet Venus. Burr Cartwright Brundage gives this summary. The god's heart, like a great spark, flies up to become new and splendid divinity, the morning star. Thus, a narrative source declares, then the heart of Quetzalcoatl rose into the heaven, and according to the elders, was transformed into the morning star, and Quetzalcoatl was called the Lord of Dawn. We shall have more to say about this transformation. The fact at hand is that in their myths and rites, the Aztecs say the separated heart soul of Quetzalcoatl, following a period of darkened sky and cosmic upheaval, rose as the planet Venus. If the story has roots in any celestial occurrence, as explicitly claimed in the myths, the death of Quetzalcoatl must have involved a cosmic disaster of unprecedented scale, for no mythical historical event left a deeper impression on the Aztec thought and culture. Upon this traumatic episode, the Aztecs evolved their collective sense of cyclical time, including a calendar of world ages. The death of Quetzalcoatl, the onset of celestial confusion, and the transformation of his heart-soul into the planet Venus meant nothing less than the end of one world age and the beginning of another. David Talbot. Excellent. Hey, I hope everybody's doing okay and you're staying healthy. Snow White and the Frozen Dwarfs. On August 24, 2006, an International Astronomical Union adopted fixed definitions for various objects in the solar system Snow White, otherwise known as 2007 OR10, is a dwarf planet about 13 billion kilometers from the Sun. Its orbit, canted by almost 31 degrees to the plane of the ecliptic, is so large that it was closest to the Sun in 1856 and will not reach its furthest point until 2130, taking more than 550 years to revolve. Snow White joins many other icy worlds so far from the Sun that it would be hard to pick out that luminary from the star field. It is in similar orbit with its sister dwarf, Eris. 2003 UB313. Within a region occupied by so-called trans-Neptunian objects, TNO, or Kuiper Belt objects, KBO, astronomers Kenneth Edgeworth and Gerald Kuiper proposed a Kuiper Belt theory in 1951. In 1992, the as-yet unnamed 1992 QB1 was discovered, confirming the idea that a group of frigid objects beyond Neptune was in orbit around the Sun. Dwarf planets are also part of the TNO designation, trans-Neptunian, although they are in a subclass by themselves. In 2006, a controversial vote was cast at a meeting of astronomers in Prague that provided a way to classify various celestial bodies. 4 relevant resolutions were proposed. Resolution 5A, definition of a planet. Resolution 5B, definition of a classical planet. Resolution 6A, definition of a Pluto-class objects. 6B, definition of Plutonian objects. According to the vote, the planet, in quotation, is a celestial body that orbits the Sun, has a nearly round shape, and has cleared its orbit of extraneous debris. Another classification was added to the terms used by astronomers: dwarf planet. A dwarf planet is essentially something that looks like a planet but is not a planet. Pluto is now considered a dwarf planet, as is the asteroid Ceres, along with an aforementioned Eris and Snow White, Haumea, Makemake, Sedna, Quoar, and Orcus are also likely to be dwarf planets. Pluto's moon, Charon, would also fit if it were not a moon. There are dozens more that await further investigation. Pluto is an intriguing planet, isn't it? It's odd. Immanuel Kant's theory that the solar system was born from a dusty cloud of gas, or nebula, floating in space, is known as the nebular hypothesis. As Kant suggested, the cloud contracted because gravity drew the cloud's particles together into clumps. As they grew, the clumps became more attractive, finally accumulating into a mass. The gravitational force became so strong that it compressed the mass into a hot ball, rotating with the cloud's original angular momentum. It gathered more and more matter until nuclear fusion reaction ignited it, giving birth to the Sun, a structure called an accretion disk, circling its equatorial plane. The accretion disk is said to have extended beyond the orbit of Neptune. According to scientists, eddies of matter formed in the spinning ring of dust and gas. Those eddies grew larger, slowly sucking in more and more particles until hundreds of millions of impacts from nebular condensates gradually formed the planets. The Kuiper Belt, as well as the theoretical Oort cloud, were supposed to be holding areas for the remaining material that did not condense into planets, or dwarf planets. In a previous picture of the day, another class of solar system object called centaurs were discussed. It was noted that they are what could be called cometary asteroids. and come in several colors: reddish brown, blue, green, and brownish yellow. As suggested by this writer, the centaur objects could be colored because they were ejected by the gas giant planets, the colors corresponding to the colors of their parents. An interesting characteristic of the various dwarf planets is that they, too, are colorful. Snow White, contrary to its name, is reddish in color, like its sister Haumea. Haumea. Pluto itself is brownish yellow, while Eris is green. In a plasma cosmogony hypothesis, the stars are formed when cosmic Birkeland currents twist around one another, creating Z-pinch regions that compress the plasma into a solid. Laboratory experiments have shown that such compression zones are the most likely candidates for star formation and not collapsing nebulae. When stars are born, they are probably under extreme electrical stress. In that case, they will split into two or more daughter stars, thereby equalizing their electrical potential. The fission process is repeated in further electrical disturbances by flaring red dwarfs and gas giant planets ejecting rocky and icy planets, moons, comets, asteroids, and meteorites. Planetary systems may also be acquired over time by electrical capture of independent interstellar bodies such as dim brown dwarf stars. That seems the best explanation for our fruit salad of a solar system. Wall Thornhill. When New Horizons arrives at Pluto in July 2015, electric universe theorists expect a nebular hypothesis to be falsified again, as it has in the past. 99% of the universe is plasma, so the conclusions derived from the hypothesis are not connected with real observations. Stephen Smith. I have read that before. Long farewell to the Big Bang model of cosmology. Summary. The article deals with the background to the failure of physics in the 20th century and why it is so important to work out a new physical worldview. The cosmos is to be understood as an open system, not as an inflating ball. This knowledge has a direct bearing on the understanding of the sun and thus also on its reproduction in the laboratory. It can possibly provide us with a clean energy source for the future with which we can achieve the energy transition from fossil carbon age to the hydrogen age. Cosmology is the study of the world, of the origin, development, and structure of the cosmos. If we allow the cosmos to develop, we cannot know anything about the origin. The current structure, however, can be seen, but inferring the initial state from the current structure only works with time-independent processes, such as a Markov process. Since a time can be reversed there, this is not possible with a development process. Every engineer knows that you cannot deduce from the final state to the beginning, just as little as you can still recognize the horse-drawn carriage in a modern automobile. The assumption of an initial state belongs to the realm of belief in a religion. Besides, what time is valid in the cosmos? Time is relative, so you have no absolute start. Religions are static, but our knowledge grows dynamically with our failure and our successes in mastering nature. In short, the development of technology, the technical replication of elements of nature, is the ultimate proof of our understanding of how they work. How can we then succeed in reconciling belief in religion with science? Our faith ends where knowledge begins. Fewer and fewer functions of nature are expected of gods today, and more functions are recognized, and thus become the responsibility of mankind. 100 years ago, Georges Lemaitre, a Belgian priest, Georges Lemaitre, a Belgian priest, was inspired by the belief that this reconciliation might succeed because at the beginning of the 20th century, there were two currents in the Catholic Church. One wanted a liberalization of religion, the other wanted to reconstruct old power structures, as it is expressed in the encyclical of Pope Pius X. Of course, the authority to interpret the sky was one of the most important goals. It was not about the unreserved exploration of the cosmos. Rather, it was about the integration of scientific discoveries into the thought structure of Christian doctrine of creation, whereby the scientists consciously found support and recognition that best corresponded to this idea. They were added in 1936 by Pope Pius XI through a newly founded Pontifical Academy of Sciences. On the other hand, at the beginning of the 20th century, electromagnetism was so well researched that it could be transferred to technical applications. However, the application was still based on a large-scale charge separation by means of mechanical power, largely by burning fossil fuels. At the same time, two worldviews competed: the electromagnetic of James Clerk Maxwell and the mechanical gravitational worldview of Isaac Newton. While the electromagnetic worldview of the 19th century brought us from the energy industry to microelectronics and into an unprecedented level of prosperity, the advances on the basis of Newton's gravity seem rather modest. The question of why the moon and the space probes are not on the Earth falling back but swinging into orbit cannot be explained mechanically satisfactorily. Even though the worldview that was developed at the Solvay conferences from 1911 is still adhered to today. Many discoveries have been made since the beginning of space travel history that do not fit this picture. We have to ask why this is so. Figure 1, Einstein and the Pontifical Academy. You have to know that philosophy at the turn of the 20th century was shaped by subjective idealism. The mysticism of the virgin birth was promoted by Lemaitre and replaced by a mathematical mysticism. Paul Dirac was one of the most prominent exponents of this mystification, who, although an avid atheist, was a member of the newly founded Pontifical Academy of Sciences from the beginning until his death. Mathematics took the place of religious belief. Remember in the ancient times? The only place that scientists were allowed to let their minds soar was in mathematics, that the church did not feel threatened. Mathematics took the place of religious belief, and with its symmetry as an expression of beauty, it is more important to have beauty in your equations than agreement with the experiment, Paul Dirac once formulated his credo in Scientific American. The Rock even spoke in the context of God, whom he considered being a highly brilliant mathematician. Wolfgang Pauli once put it, "Our friend Dirac has a religion, and its motto is 'There is no God,' and Dirac is his prophet." He became the creator of a number of physical phantoms, the existence of which in some cases has even been allegedly proven, such as the spin from the Dirac equation and the neutrino in the radioactive decay of the neutron. So, it came about that relativity theory and quantum mechanics emerged as intellectual fantasy products and were recognized as established theories. In a conversation with Einstein, Heisenberg admitted that one does not yet know how the mathematical formulation of quantum mechanics relates to the basis of which is the Lorentz transformation of Maxwell's equations, whose sole purpose for Einstein was to symmetrize these equations. This symmetrization is a physically completely nonsensical operation, since it destroys the character of the equations, namely to describe the propagation of electromagnetic waves. As a second stroke of genius, Albert Einstein invented the curvature of space through gravity because he could not explain how celestial bodies were kept in their orbit. Einstein himself must have taken it as a joke because he confessed to his friend Paul Ehrenfest, "I've already done something wrong in the theory of gravity, which puts me at risk of being interned in a madhouse." Although anyone who knows something about physics and geometry knows that curvatures can only be observed on surfaces, and that light rays are influenced in their direction by diffraction due to optical effects. Whole generations of physicists seem to have no longer learned the difference between a surface and a space. Physically, a surface presents itself as a phase boundary between two different states of matter. Furthermore, they seem to have forgotten that time is never independent of the path. This is why there cannot be a four-dimensional world, but there can be a process in which there are sequences of states. Only surfaces can be curved. Space-time is space and time, not a four-dimensional space. Time, in contrast, is a number of motion cycles that are counted and are synchronized with the movement of the Earth around its axis. Unlike the path on which it is based, it has no direction. Where one begins to count the cycles is left to the discretion of the observer. Consequently, the time is relative. Einstein once remarked that time is what clocks indicate, with which he expressed the relativity of time. Relativity means that a relation, i.e., a relationship, is established between the observer and the observed phenomenon, no more and no less. Therefore, appearances can be perceived differently from different points of view, although they themselves are unchanged. So if you perceive an object in the distance as smaller, it is not due to physics, but to the optics of your perception. The Lorentz transformation does the same with Maxwell's equations, which is why this figure shows time and distance distortions. As Einstein said, you can fool of yourself with mathematics. Physics have learned to solve equations, but apparently they have not been taught what they mean. Since Dirac and Heisenberg, visual perception wasn't trained when I was studying physics half a century ago. So physicists tried using mathematics to construct an illusory world for which they were looking for evidence in reality. However, new phantoms have to be invented, because this leads to contradictions again and again. Then further evidence was sought in reality without being bothered by the fact that this evidence had already been used up for other phenomena. We have recently started calling something like this alternative facts. Mathematics is a language intended to describe real things and appearances. Alternative facts can also be invented with a language. One of the most spectacular examples of this alternative facts is the black hole, which repeatedly stimulates people's fantasies. Einstein's equation of general relativity has a pole, which is interpreted as a point of maximum gravity, and should be strong, that it would not even let light escape. The belief was triggered because they could not explain why galaxies do not obey Newton's equation of gravitation, but must contain much larger forces in order to explain their rotational speeds at the edges. To resolve this contradiction, the black hole, dark matter, and dark energy were invented. But these terms do not say anything more than something invisible and mysterious exists that cannot be described with the known laws of physics. Really, it can't be disproved either, so therefore they really shouldn't be allowed. According to Newton's particle theory, light would consist of photons be trapped in a black hole and would be deflected in strong gravitational fields. We know light deflection is an optical phenomenon resulting from wave diffraction or refraction at phase boundaries between an optically thinner and an optically denser medium. This has nothing to do with gravity, but with the optical density of the medium in the vicinity of plasma balls. In terms of radiation, black is an absorption range of around 400 nanometers to 780 nanometers. Why should this area be preferred by gravity? Or should this phenomenon be extended to the entire electromagnetic spectrum? That would mean that in the vicinity of a black hole, not even thermal radiation should occur. In other words, since we can only learn something about the existence of cosmic objects through electromagnetic radiation, their existence would not be verifiable, because forces, if they can be measured, only reveal direction and strength, but not the nature of their origin. And I would think that electromagnetism is really the only thing they have to measure. What else is there? The decades-long dispute between Leonard Susskind and Stephen Hawking turned on the question of whether information can be retained in a black hole was also spectacular. This question is pretty academic and becomes easier to understand if you remember that light contains information about its light source in the form of a spectrum. If this information is not retained, it means that the light source is no longer lit, i.e., does not emit any electromagnetic radiation. But as long as charges cross a force field, they absorb or emit radiation and thus information. That would mean, however, that the entropy would decrease, since the order would increase with the decrease in the movement of the atoms. This would contradict the second law of thermodynamics in a closed system. The dispute is recorded in the book the Black Hole War, my battle with Stephen Hawking to make the world safe for quantum mechanics. This dispute continued for many years and ended in 2014 with Hawking's admission that there were no black holes. Notwithstanding this, the 2020 Nobel Prize in Physics was awarded for the discovery that the formation of black holes is a robust prediction of general relativity. You rub your eyes in amazement. Has the Black Hole War and its end eluded the Nobel Committee? Or was it celebrated astrophysics star Hawking posthumously disqualified as a dabbler? No, the general theory of relativity has become the foundation of the Catholic worldview. And what would happen if this foundation would crumble? How much research capacity would then be free for other tasks? The cosmos is an open system. Pope Francis himself undermined this very foundation when he wrote in paragraph 79 of his 2015 encyclical, "In this universe made up of open systems that communicate with one another, we can discover innumerable forms of relationship and participation." However, this statement would contradict physicists who understand the universe and black holes as closed systems, because the theory never spoke of an exit. According to Reverend Lemaitre, the universe expands. Now we know that information has something to do with entropy, and according to Ilja-Prigogine, this applies to the change, entropy, in the overall open system.
ds system equals dsInp, ds out plus dsint equals dsex plus dsint.
For a black hole, ds out equals 0 because by definition it does not release any entropy in the form of radiation. This means that the total entropy change of a black hole is
ds system greater than 0.
ds system greater than 0 would always be positive. The black hole could not cool down at all, since the total entropy would not decrease at any time. This would prevent the mass from being able to contract and would be the prerequisite for gravity to grow in a small area. Thermodynamics disturbs the beauty of the symmetry of the equations, which is why relativists and quantum mechanics want nothing to do with it. For the above equation, Prigogine was awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1977. Now, chemistry, like physics, belongs to the natural sciences. It is assumed that the knowledge of this neighboring discipline should have been incorporated into physics over the past 4 decades. But what is, then, in the center of a galaxy if there is no black hole? Huge electrical currents flow in the center of a galaxy that in turn generate huge magnetic fields. These then cause charge separation. This is why we see plasma currents emerging from the center of certain galaxies, which is typical for a plasmoid. Unlike a black hole, a plasmoid is an open system. After the violation of Maxwell's equations by the symmetry fans among physicists who say there are no electrical currents in the cosmos, black spots are rather retouched in the images of galaxies at the points of highest luminance to mark a suspected black hole. Recently, a photo montage of recordings of large radio telescopes of galaxy nuclei has been in the press. If you know that gas molecules radiate in the radio range and have learned that molecules break down through ionization, it soon becomes clear that molecules are not preserved in the hot glowing center of a galaxy. So, the center in the radio range, which is glaring in visible light, comparatively has to emit less radiation. This is how this photo comes out, which depicts a situation that is interpreted completely differently from what it tells the expert. There are other examples in the recent history of physics where research results are supposed to support the untenable theories around the Big Bang model of cosmology. These include the alleged proof of gravitational waves from the collision of black holes or neutron stars, or the proof of the existence of the so rare God particle Higgs boson, that the mass should pass to the other particles. Obviously, such people have forgotten that mass is nothing more than an unaccountable amount of particles. The term mass, therefore, becomes superfluous in the area of individual elementary particles. It is worthwhile to take a closer look in science as well as in other areas where there is no control. You always have to expect to be cheated, especially since experiments are so expensive today that independent control is no longer possible in a timely manner. Unfortunately, general knowledge in the natural sciences, and especially in physics, has steadily declined over the past few decades, which is a fundamental disadvantage for a nation that, like ours, Germany, is dependent on education because it has no natural resources and which, under the influence of climate change, has to transform its economy towards clean energy generation. This requires an understanding of how the cosmos, and especially the sun, work as an open system. An understanding here means the construction of a fusion generator that delivers so much entropy from the fusion of atomic nuclei that a gas turbine can be operated with it. From thermodynamic point of view, the tokamak principle is obviously based on a wrong approach, namely that of a closed system in which high temperatures can be reached, but not a higher order as required by fusion. But that is a topic for another essay. And I believe this gentleman's name is
Matthias Hafner.
Matthias Hafner. I just don't understand how it is that we're ever going to expand or advance in science when they teach the wrong thing to the people at school. It just confounds me. I think something's coming.
Are the exceedingly bright, high-energy, the central Notice the twin dots on the two sides of these crudely crafted stick figures. One instance alone is just a curiosity. But widespread patterns must have an explanation. And other details only accent the irrationality. Recently, an answer to these mysteries came from outside traditional archaeology, from plasma science and laboratory experiments with electric discharge. Plasma scientist Anthony Peratt of Los Alamos Laboratories has shown that these stick forms recorded electrical events in the sky. Something like the northern lights we see today, but 1,000 times more energetic. And he matches the rock art forms precisely to the configurations taken by electric discharge in the laboratory. The rock art images are explained as sheets of intense electric current in the evolution of a plasma discharge. The central column you see in this stylized representation is the axis of the discharge. Wrapped around the axis is a torus or donut-like tubular sheet of charged particles. The observer sees through the transparent formation, champagne glass above, squashed bell shape below, so the plasma density is greatest at the limbs. Drawn in 2 dimensions, the formation matches the stick man carved globally on stone by the thousands. The 2 dots under the stick man's arms are the exceedingly bright, high-energy radiation called synchrotron radiation, emitted from the center of the torus.
Physical snakes. This is political, or it is religious, theocratic, theological propaganda. He's saying, Christianity has arrived, I am in town, there's a new gig, there's a new game in town, and you can just forget about these serpents and the previous races that were here. Their time is over, and the new sun religion, the new solar paradigm has arrived. That is political, or it is religious, theocratic, theological propaganda. He's saying, Christianity has arrived, I am in town, there's a new gig, there's a new game in town, and you can just forget about these serpents and the previous races that were here. Their time is over, and the new sun religion, the new solar paradigm has arrived. That's what it represents. And it implies, of course, that the people of the prehistoric times, before Christianity, not only revered the symbol of the serpent, but were actually known as the serpents. And we'll come to more explanation of why that is a little bit later. Now, even though there's a great wealth coming out of the ancient mythologies of all countries, scientists disagree and speculate that there was no ancient civilizations of any merit in ancient times. But the ancient legends also speak about their own demise, just like the Tuatha Dé Danann, saying that they came from islands that were destroyed in a great war of the gods and a great calamity of nature. So we have in many of the mythologies of the world this reference to destruction and cataclysm and upheaval. The most famous story, of course, is Noah, the famous patriarch, being literally told by God of a coming flood. and that the whole earth was going to be in tribulation, and that he should build a vessel so that the chosen ones could be saved. But that's not the only area in the scriptures where we read of cataclysm. Yes, there's the deluge, but then we also have the story of the 10 plagues of Egypt. We have the story of the destruction in Sodom and Gomorrah. And we have the story of the walls of Jericho being blasted to pieces. And many other areas through the whole book of Job, there's tumult and cataclysm and stories of great upheaval. In Genesis 6, God is saying, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing and the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them. Now, from a scientific point of view, what are we told? We're told, yes, we have an ice age. This ice age happened in what we know as the Pleistocene epoch, and before the ice age, there was nothing. Men walked around in skins, and Neanderthal man, hunter-gatherers. No such concept as Atlantis or Lemuria or any other advanced civilization could possibly have existed. So what is the tenets of the official theory? Well, the high priests of geology were of Charles Lyell. He was the exponent of the theory of uniformity. That simply means that through the geological record, nature, evolution, all of these things are incrementally slow, very, very slow movements of development over vast expanses of time. Louis Agassiz, he was the exponent of the glacial theory, exponent of the ice ages, and particularly Professor James Geekie, geology professor at Edinburgh University, a major champion of the ice age theory. And believe me, that's all it is, a theory, as we're about to see. Now, the ice ages are meant to have taken place, geologically speaking, in what is known as the Pleistocene epoch. This is the epoch lasting 2 million years that is housing what we know as the ice age. But Professor James Geekie says, if there is anything more fantastic than Geekie's extravagant theory, it is that it has been lapped up by his successors and by intelligent men who, by logic alone, should be able to denounce it. Yet it is today a dogma. This is Commons Beaumont, one of the most suppressed scholars of all time, talking about Geekie's findings. He says it's unsustainable, simply a dogma. Communist Beaumont goes on to say, the flood, to the world generally a vague and nebulous tradition, really conceals the most appalling visitation, and its ravages in the British Isles and Scandinavian lands may be retraced to more considerable extent by the effects of what geologists term the drift age. It was no mere ice drift, it was a sudden and terribly swift and violent. So Beaumont was one of the great catastrophists. Along with Immanuel Velikovsky, he was a person who decried and did not believe in or subscribe to the uniformitarian philosophy. He understood that we had been visited by tremendously swift cataclysms of the past. And he spent his life trying to refute what Geekie and the uniformitarianists were advancing. And in the fine book, When the Earth Nearly Died, by Allen and Dallaire, they say, it is an astonishing that such an unscientific explanation ever came to be formulated, yet in a short time both it and the concept of immense thick ice sheets descending from a hypothetical northern mountain system was enthusiastically embraced as virtually established fact. They go on to write, the evidence is perfectly unambiguous, along with the removal of an ice age like that which is hitherto commonly envisaged. The evidence suggests that there is something seriously amiss with the last phases of standard geological chronology. Now, these unsustainable theories of ice ages and drift ages has been refuted in the 90s by several authors, not only Allen and Dallaire, but by Michael Cremo in his monumental work Forbidden Archaeology, and more specifically by the Observer magazine scientific writer Robert Milton, who wrote a fine book called Shattering the Myths of Darwin. Now, Clifford Wilson, in his book, The Chariots Still Crash, he says, some dates obtained by other radiometric methods are seriously astray, such as the age of millions of years being attributed to volcanic rocks in Hawaii, which are known to be less than 200 years old. This is reported in the Journal of Geophysical Research. It is known that these lava rocks were actually formed in 1800 and 1801 in Hualai in Hawaii. The potassium-argon dating methods was utilized, and a formation age of 160 million to 3 billion years were given for this rock formation, which was known to be just over 170 years old. This is not an isolated report. Rock samples from 12 volcanoes in Russia and 10 samples from other places around the world, all known to be of recent age, that is formed within the last 200 years, when dated by the uranium, thorium, lead method, gave ages varying from millions to billions of years. So here's your science for you. But luckily, a lot of these scientific findings are now being seriously refuted, and we need to know about this. Clifford Wilson goes on to say, there is increasing evidence to suggest that those figures of millions of years, which we were given in our childhood, must be put to one side. And indeed they must. But what would happen if they are? What happens if we suddenly start to question these Royal Academy and Royal Society dates and figures and scholarship? Well, then the truth of what might be behind that Pleistocene epoch, I mean, if you concertine the whole 2 million year Pleistocene epoch out of existence, suddenly you have no ice ages, no substantial ice ages, and therefore no great wall between our time and the past. Evidence thus converges from numerous directions to support the conclusion that on the testimony of radiocarbon and other dating techniques, immense physical and climatic changes occurred on Earth some 11,000 years or so ago, when an ice age that probably never existed came to an end, and the apparently uniformitarian regime was abruptly terminated. There you are. That's Allen and Delaire saying that something happened so much more recently, and it had very little to do with an ice age. Thus, if many of today's highest mountains were much lower when the alleged ice age was reputedly at its zenith, then how did so much ice, if it actually existed, manage to accumulate? Indeed, we can take a step further and ask whether the ice sheets so beloved of the glacialists ever existed at all. Now, these two geologists have discovered that the mountains that are quite high today all over the world were not as high 11,000 years ago. Well, of course, that goes to the heart of the glacialists' theory. You have to have very high peaks in order to have the cold for the ice sheets to be created. But if they actually were being told, then there goes your ice theory right out the window. They go on to say, the time allegedly occupied by the glacial and interglacial episodes of conventional Pleistocene chronology was actually non-existent. Now, how come we have not heard worldwide debate about this book or of Robert Milton's Shattering Myths of Darwinism?
This is going to be it. The last one for the night. The Silver Age and the Rise of the Blue Bloods. The legacy of the Saturn death cult and its effect on mankind really begins with the priesthoods of the Silver Age and the rise of the nobility, the Blue Bloods. Central to the existence of the new Silver Age priesthoods was the belief that what had destroyed the Golden Age could happen again. Utilizing the new technology of writing, they set about recording the cataclysmic events as the Word to serve as a memory and a warning to future generations. These warnings formed the basis of secret societies within these priesthoods. Preparations were made to ensure survival should doomsday return. The advent of writing gave the priesthoods of the Silver Age the technology to keep alive the memories of the cataclysmic end to the Golden Age. As people began to forget how Saturn once ruled the heavens, the increasingly misunderstood records of the priesthoods would become the basis for the beliefs of mystery schools and secret societies down through the ages. The Second Age of Discovery. A second great age of voyage and discovery ensued, in which the refugees of the destroyed Golden Age civilizations determined to make a survey of their transformed world and cosmos, and established through their priesthoods the righteous and justice they perceived to be the legacy of that former age. Weights and measures and calendars were established and enshrined by law in a growing network of interlinked temples and monuments that span the globe. The Masonic mystery schools of the great civilization builders had arrived. Was Egypt's ancient civilization a legacy of refugees that had survived the great cataclysm and had brought the Golden Age to an end? Some esoteric traditions trace Egypt's past to Atlantis. Earth captures the moon. In keeping with the arrival of the Silver Age and its new sun, a new silvery marvel could now be seen in the heavens, Earth's moon. Captured by Earth and the distinctive chaos that was the Saturnian system's demise, was this white globe exhibited crescent-like phases under the sun's light that harkened back to the glory days of the Golden Age, when Saturn's rings would be illuminated as crescents surrounding the former deity. It's a matter of conjecture of when Earth captured the moon. Contrary to popular belief, the moon's heavenly cratered surface is actually proof of extreme electrical strike activity due to the crater's almost uniformly perfect circular shapes. Meteorites and asteroids create angular impact craters and rarely hit celestial bodies at perfect 90-degree angles. Electrical experiments do, however, show electrical lightning produced the same kind of cratering as seen on the moon. The moon's craters can therefore not be used to date the age of the moon based on meteorite impacts, a rare event in any case throughout human history. The new moon proved an excellent keeper of time, yet its arrival would only serve to diminish the memory of the original crescents of Saturn and confuse the knowledge. Preserved in the masses of crescent-like symbols established by the priesthoods, moon cults began to distort the original intent of these symbols. Reminded of that castle, the coral castle over there at Leedscallons. He's got crescents and Saturn in his little abode there with some of his hints. And old knowledge gradually gave way under the weight of the new and more confused fertility rituals. Ominously, the seeds for the more sinister sex and blood rituals that would begin to spread their influences in the ages to come can be traced to the foundation of these early moon cults.
This gets ugly.
The moon's almost uniformly circular craters could not have been created by multiple meteorite impacts, which would have created a majority of angular impact craters. Electrical strikes are a better explanation. Temples, priest kings, and the rise of international commerce. With the establishment of weights and measures, an excitingly new yet dangerously insidious concept began to take hold within the temples of priesthoods: the advent of the universal language of international commerce. The driving factor in the increase of trade in the Silver Age was the newly derived notion of money. At this time, money was issued in the form of clay tablet receipts against the production of goods by any given society or people. This clay tablet money was measured by and limited to the amount of goods that could be produced and stored in people's warehouse. The money was only as valuable as the amount of goods that were actually stored. This had been a central feature of the laws established by the priesthoods in ensuring equal weights and measures. However, discoveries in the mining of gold and silver quickly established a link between these metals and the idea of money. Due to the difficulty in counterfeiting these metals, it was realized that gold and silver could act as an alternative to clay tablets being used as money. This was especially useful when it came to trade between geographically separated peoples who could not verify other people's storehouses, but who would know that gold as an accepted store of value could not be faked. Unfortunately, this international element to trading quickly turned the new gold and silver money into commodities in their own right, as each society refused to accept the clay tablet receipts of other societies. Trade boomed, but at the cost of losing control over regulating the value of the fruits of your labor. That was now in the hands of the gold and silver producers. The laws established by the priesthoods as a way of ensuring just and equal weights and measures were thus cleverly subverted by the introduction of gold-backed money, which was now entirely in the hands of the gold and silver producers. As noted, under this system, the people who actually produced useful items like food and clothing lost any control they had over setting the value of their products. All they could do was price them in gold or silver. the mercantiles. Corrupt elements in the temples quickly saw the advantage in controlling gold and silver as a way of dictating the value for fruits of everyday people's hard labor. With it came the transfer of immense power to highly positioned individuals within the increasingly corrupt priesthoods. As the Silver Age approached its zenith, certain priesthoods quickly consolidated their power via this new money system, until all wealth found itself being concentrated in the hands of a shrinking minority. The temple became this system's center of operations, its central bank, and thus ultimately heralded the emergence of that most insidiously influential of historical characters, the priest kings. These priest kings were the original blue bloods. In reality, they were nothing more than mere merchant bankers with a monopoly over the arguably useless production of gold and silver. With the emergence of these temple-based banking parasites, the peoples of Earth began to experience a new and most sinister force, debt-based slavery. It was at about this time that some mothers started to notice that some of their children were going missing. Origins of the Tower of Babel. The new temple-inspired commerce system proved a pervasive influence from the far eastern realms of the ancient Middle Kingdom and the former heights of Pan and on through the rich lands of Vendaya. Newly established priest kings steadily accumulated wealth and power. In particular, certain elements of the Li clan of ancient China were to grasp this new concept of trade financing and expand upon it to establish unimaginable influence over the hemisphere. Egypt and Samaria and the surrounding nations particularly came under the sway of this global trade system. With it, the slave trade flourished due to the need to mine more and more of the yellow metal, particularly in the mines of ancient Egypt's fishery region. Soon, gold gained idol-like attributes, and its ability to sway the thoughts of men and the love of money steadily supplanted the Golden Age notion of living a just and righteous life. Unfortunately, not with all of us, though. The tragedy was that all the careful work by the early priesthoods in preserving the memory of a righteous and just Golden Age through a system of laws and accurate weights and measures was now being usurped by this new and easily manipulated system of commerce based on gold-backed money. The new system of commerce was the merchant banker's way of trying to build a man-made replacement for the lost heavenly ladder of the Axis Mundi that had served as the original symbol for the ascent to heavenly authority. Under this new system, merchant bankers hiding behind the authority of the temple would be elevated to a position of heavenly-like authority over all commercial activity. The old established concept of authority as being founded on righteousness and justice was now replaced with the merchant banker's debt-based slavery system. No other place exemplified this more than a place called Babel on the ancient plains of Shinar, a future location of the city of Babylon. There, the central banking temple and its merchant bankers saw their financial authority grow to towering proportions, giving rise to the legend of the Tower of Babel. Gustav Dor's Tower of Babel is the popular conception of the Babel legend. This portrays the story as a building project that was halted when the builders' languages were scrambled. Instead, the city of Babel was like the financial center known today as the City of London, and its tower was equivalent to the Bank of England. The scrambling of the languages finds its echo in today's financial collapse, with its myriad of incomprehensible and infraudulent financial products. Your clay tablets are no good here. By the order of High Temple of Babylon, idiot. One day at the gates of Babel. Poor guy. So-called Tower of Babel referred to the high authority of Central Temple which governed the financial system of the city of Babel. If you look closely at the biblical account of the Babel story, you will see that it was primarily a city that was being built on which was abandoned. Reference to a city in the Bible generally means a system or a way of doing things. Compare Jerusalem with New Jerusalem, and Babylon with Mystery Babylon. Man-made economic catastrophe replaces memories of planetary upheavals. Of course, as the ensuing ages would show over and over again, a debt-based monetary system eventually implodes under its own debt-laden weight. And the higher you build its edifice, the mightier the crash. In an age fresh from multiple cosmic upheavals, the peoples of the earth found themselves experiencing something unique, a man-made global catastrophe in the form of systemic economic meltdown. In this way did the so-called Tower of Babel collapse, and the global economic chaos that followed forced whole nations and peoples to go back to their old diverse languages of commerce and trade. A confusion of different weights and measures now reigned, unsupported by any universal and unifying financial system. The priest kings were overthrown, and in their place stepped up the men of great renown, the most famous being Nimrod, the mighty hunter. As is always the case, in the wake of an economic collapse, a time of tyrants follows. Nimrod, pictured left, the original tyrant. Note the Venus starburst he's wearing, like a modern wristwatch. Except, in this case, he knew Venus as Ishtar. Compare Ishtar symbol at right, both images. However, deep within the ruins of the now discredited temples of the priest kings, dark secret societies sought to preserve the concept of debt-based slavery as part of their mystery teachings. These illuminated ones struck a bargain with the Blue Bloods, the deposed priest kings, and embarked on the centuries of secret ritual refinement of the old alchemical creed of universal dominance through the power of creating wealth out of nothing, the power to issue debt-based money. As the age of silver drew to a close, more children were noticed to be going missing. On the horizon hovered a menacing figure, a celestial red-painted warrior Mars, and with him came the age of heroes and further upheavals. With him came war and the Bronze Age of men. The Bronze Age. Man as God. With the passing of the Silver Age, a search began for the perfect alloy of God and man. What was once the domain of mighty planets would now be the mythic and heroic exploits of the Bronze Age of man. It would be a time when conflict and war would become man's highest expression. A now comparatively calm cosmos presided over the dawn of the Bronze Age man. For the first time, mankind could look up into the heavens and see a sky not unlike what we see today. Complacency regarding the movements of the planets started setting in, and man began to look within himself. as a means of defining both the past and the future. The fear of doomsday shifted radically away from meticulous observation of the planets to a fear of bringing doomsday onto oneself via one's own actions. In this way did the world see the rise of demigods, powerful mythical men and women whose destinies were considered independent of the will of whatever gods had gone before. A golden age meant little in an age where men came to believe they could be a king by their own hand. The warrior king now ruled and assumed the mantle of the blue bloods, whose power had been declining after the events at Babel. The age of war was the highest expression of man, now held ascendancy with art and literature, embracing the theme of the individual's will to power as the essence of a new heroic age. However, Mars and Venus were going to have at least one last word on who really did determine the rise and fall of kings and kingdoms. Rivers would run red, locust storms would strip the land, frogs would breed like rabbits, the firstborn children would suffer statistically improbable rates of death. Worst of all, slaves would feel free to throw off their master's yoke, and an old idea of what constituted righteousness and justice would reemerge. Though a promising beginning for this new breed of blue bloods, the Bronze Age of man was not going to be a total picnic. Those warrior kings who would be their own and everybody else's masters. Mars and Venus continue to threaten the Earth. The first clue as to what awaited the inhabitants of the Bronze Epoch could have been deduced from the fate of a little-known city-state that enjoyed a certain specialized agricultural monopoly, courtesy of the rise of agriculture near the end of the preceding age of silver. Some plants had been found to exhibit desirable properties other than nourishment. Though this would have been known at a local level for millennia, it wasn't until the advent of concentrated farming that the commercial potential of these certain plants could be realized. Chief amongst these was the now infamous poppy plant, a flower capable of transporting those who indulged in its juices into blissful, myopic trances, free of all lingering doomsday anxieties. In the city-state that enjoyed a monopoly in the cultivation and distribution of this highly addictive drug, Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah was, in its day, the Afghan opium fields, the Golden Triangle, and the British East India Company rolled into one. Its product was known as the grapes of Gomorrah, to others as wormwood, and a certain Jesus Christ would himself one day be offered its numbing comfort as he hung dying in agony on a Roman cross. Forget the stories of its sexual depravities and deviant proclivities. This town was an efficient drug-dealing operation, second only to the CIA, which was around back then. No, it wasn't. I'm assuming he means today. And its market at the beginning of an increasingly immoral age of bronze was only getting bigger. I mean, even back then they were doing it. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Quite naturally, Sodom and Gomorrah's opium trade had proved remarkably recession-proof in the aftermath of the Tower of Babel economic debacle. People always got to get high. Under such circumstances, people just want to forget, kick back, and get out of it. Opium has an excellent capacity to help you do just that, and its addictive properties ensured a ready supply of willing debitors to the temple-based merchant bankers who had survived the fallout from Babel. Due to its burgeoning wealth and influence as a result of the trade of opium, Sodom and Gomorrah proved a robust economic model, perfectly capable of stepping into Babel's shoes. It quickly became a magnet for drug traffickers and moneylenders all over. One such trader and his friend, however, would soon find themselves unwilling witnesses to a new onslaught of interplanetary skirmishes, with dire consequences for the now flourishing Sodom and Gomorrah economy, and what would be the beginnings of a series of terrifying reminders of what still was the most potent force in determining the future of mankind. Sodom and Gomorrah suddenly ceased to exist. In one night, the drug-dealing capital of the Old Testament world was completely obliterated. in a way that would haunt kings and paupers alike and scar forevermore the psyches of those who would do naughty things in public toilets. What? The traitor and his friend mooching about their business in and around Sodom and Gomorrah were a certain Lot and Abram. Lot got out just in time thanks to a warning from Abram, who seemed to have had prior knowledge of what was coming down on the city. On the way out, Lot's wife unwisely took a look back at the rain of carnage annihilating the city, and reportedly, as the expression goes, froze into a pillar of salt in sheer terror of the sight. A massive interplanetary arching bolt of plasma vaporizing the Earth at its white-hot point of contact will do that to you. A John Martin painting captures the carnage inflicted on Sodom and Gomorrah. That really happened? I always thought that was just a story. Or maybe it was the spectacle of an out-of-control Mars or Venus unexpectedly looming large in the night sky, while indiscriminately pouring giant electrical flames onto the Earth that did it. In any case, Earth had just been given another reminder that Venus or Mars, I'm not sure which one, for this particular event, still had the capacity to turn up at inconvenient times. The upshot was that Sodom and Gomorrah was gone, and warrior kings the world over now had a whole new set of problems to deal with, least of which was the various people under their control were demanding that they do something about it. But what to do? Enter our friends, the Priest Kings, the original Blue Bloods. They had an interesting solution for these warrior king upstarts, a set of sexy rituals designed to placate the angry gods that would consolidate power over the people, except that they weren't sexy at all, because since the end of the Silver Age, these rituals had degenerated into truly frightening ceremonial, complete with the sexual debauching of chicks, followed by their actual agonizing murder. Oh God, that's terrible. It's just wicked and horrible. The Saturn death cult begins. They called it kind of a sex magic within the hidden secret societies and mystery schools from previous age. The mythologies and legends recorded the actual planetary events of the Golden Age had been distorted into literal humanistic dramas. These dramas were then to be physically reenacted out as ritual by those aspiring to own the legacy of Saturn's power and authority as creator. Under this scenario, you could pick out any number of warped sexual patterns within mythology and turn it into perverted sexual satisfaction masked as ceremony. Old man Saturn takes young Venus as a bride in the myths. So on Earth, the king takes a child, priestess of Aphrodite, and has sex with her. Is the warrior god born of Venus, who rebels against Saturn and ultimately ascends to heaven to have sex with his mother. Ugh. So warrior kings
been getting any? Only your sister. Well, better my sister and my mom, though my mom's not bad.
The warrior kings find themselves doing the same thing in defiance of their fathers. Check out King David's son, Absalom, in the Bible. That's just disgusting. Saturn, under his Greek identity as the god Kronos, devours his own children. So human kings have reportedly done the same with human children. Possibly even their own, as the occasion demands. See the suspected antics of one Caligula. That's so disgusting. It's hard to read, really. Jupiter Zeus determines to take Saturn Kronos' crown by gutting him to release his previously devoured sisters and brothers from Saturn's bowels. Zeus then promptly marries his sister Hera. Naturally, earthly kings follow suit and end up marrying and having sex with their sisters. Moronic inbreed errors ensue, and today we can see the legacy of this policy within our various political elites. Well, I don't know about it. Maybe calling them elite, maybe sick and demented. It's more like it. Rubens' depiction of Saturn devouring his own children. Some human kings have been accused of trying to emulate this act, though no real public evidence of this exists. Man, I don't know how that ever got started. And so on. Ritual sex act after ritual sex act. Blood sacrifice after blood sacrifice. Ritualistic act of cannibalism after ritualistic act of cannibalism. The Silver Age's need to record actual cosmic events as mythic records to ensure doomsday lessons would not be forgotten, was eroded into what became a sex ritual control mechanism. This mechanism could be seen as the first applications of shadow government-sponsored mind control programs. They were designed to reduce once proud warrior kings to the role of sex puppets in an insane attempt to imbue a supposed elite class of people with the authority of Saturn as cosmic lord and creator. Power politics on Earth had taken a nasty turn, even as the planets Mars and Venus continued to menace the population's existence. Leave it up to humans to see it as demented as possible. It's almost impossible to contemplate what these blue bloods were thinking of their belief that disgusted and perverted rituals could alter the physical courses of physical planetary bodies. However, it seems this toxic nonsense was now a worldwide phenomenon. Human sacrifice goes global. In the New World, the elites of the Amerindian nations practiced horrific variations on these same themes on the great stone pyramids and temples still standing there today. Lesser American tribes, complete with their totem representations of the Axis Mundi as backdrops, did the same thing with lesser resources at their disposal. The result was a still very unpleasant experience for their unfortunate victims. These peoples routinely practiced ritualized cannibalism as part of their royal and military etiquette, even up to within recent memory. The Phoenicians were notorious for their child sacrifices, revolting even the hard-bitten Romans by their practices. Even Israelite kings in the Bible reputedly threw their firstborn into fires in self-serving ritual acts of sacrifice. Why didn't they sacrifice themselves? European pagans indulged in macabre human sacrifices of war prisoners and possible acts of cannibalism to mark cosmic events, while certain African tribes refined painful mutilation ceremonies involving child deaths. Enter the Hebrews. For a more in-depth analysis of the ancient Hebrew experience, see the book Saturn Doth Go. Well, yeah, that's where we're at. However, there was one class of people that didn't necessarily see the raids of Mars and Venus as the acts of gods, but, and here is the subtle difference, they rather viewed such cosmic events as righteous manifestations of the one true God's anger and justice. On its next flyby, Venus was to give these people the impetus to break free from a state of national slavery and establish a nation under a one true God. The exodus of Israel out of Egypt would be marked by yet more cataclysmic events, resulting in multiple falls of once powerful warrior kings and a number of nations. Most prominently, that of Egypt, the kingdom born out of the arrival of refugees escaping the cataclysm that had sunk Atlantis at the end of the now distant Golden Age. The story of the Israelite exodus out of Egyptian slavery is replete with references to what can only be described as the effects of yet more cosmic interactions between planetary bodies. It's been postulated that the famous 10 plagues of Exodus and the parting of the Red Sea were the physical gravitational effects of a close pass by Venus on its violent and erratic path to its present-day orbit. As far as the Israelites were concerned, the highly convenient approach of Venus was a result of divine timing on the part of their deity. They made no reference to the planet in their writings, only to the power of their god. Whatever one's take on the causes of the Exodus, the Israelite interpretation of events marked full-blown revolution in the way people perceived cosmic upheavals as an expression of God or gods. Instead of attributing the actual bodies involved with godlike status, the Israelite way of thinking was to identify the cosmic upheavals as evidence of a one true God's power. Under this interpretation, planet Saturn was not the actual creator, but the tool of the one true, yet still hidden creator. And so too were the subsequent actions of all the other planets involved in the great cosmic dramas since the Golden Age. The next leap forward in an Israelite train of logic was to conclude But the actual physical events in the cosmic upheavals of the Golden Age, as well as those in their own age, were actually nothing less than the one true Creator's first actual communication or message to mankind. According to this train of thought, the physical effects of interplanetary upheavals were of no divine consequence, unless one could discern and understand the intrinsic message being communicated by such events. Cosmic upheaval and interplanetary disturbances were now viewed as the divinely communicated word of the Creator, or the Logos of the Creator. The conclusion was simple and very monotheistic. Work out the message behind a series of essentially natural events, and you were effectively understanding and communicating with the Creator. You would subsequently be able to understand the Creator's motives and the Creator's objectives. Under this methodology, a careful observer of the consequences of the Creator's actions in nature could then proceed with the sure authority that they were acting in the best interests of the Creator's plan for the future of His creation. In essence, what the Israelites represented was a rediscovery of what the priesthoods at the beginning of the Silver Age tried to institute through the careful recording as mythology of the cosmic events witnessed during the Golden Age. Stated again through the construct of mythology, they had hoped to impress upon future generations an overall message with warnings on how to avoid another doomsday scenario. Ritual is validation of the elite. To the warrior kings and the elites immersed in the performance of rituals, this concept of direct communication with the divine by simple observation and understanding of natural events was simply intolerable. They were the aristocracy of purpose, and their purpose in life was to perform rituals on behalf of humanity. Only through carefully staged reenactments by chosen human representatives playing out the actions attributed to the gods could the path to true enlightenment and the comprehension of any hidden message be attained. The grander the ritual, the loftier the temple, the more likely you were to experience its hidden message. The expense of this alone meant your average Joseph didn't have a hope in hell of staging a decent ascent to enlightenment. And that's just the way the elite liked it. Enlightenment was not something to be taken lightly, and it certainly shouldn't be available to the great unwashed. You simply could not have a whole nation of people thinking that they were able to make individual judgments based on the simple observation of events or the study of written reports on such events. That would mean everyone would have the potential to understand the motives and plans of the Supreme Creator. Who would be special and elite then? No. Slamming on with ever more complicated and outlandish rituals was the only way to seriously maintain the true path to Golden Age type enlightenment, and the best way to do this was to ensure that every nation adopted the warrior king model of elite government. For and by the elite, guy in charge was the only acceptable order of nature in the minds of those elites who were, funny enough, the guys in charge. And that's where Israel found itself going wrong. Genocidal campaigns of conquest aside, which is another story. Israel rejects its gods, chooses a warrior king. Israel became corrupted. They took their eye off the ball and looked around to see if there was anything more exciting than the dreary headache of studying the Word. Maybe there was a sexier way of gaining an understanding of the mind of God. Bored with trying to understand God's message within creation, Israel decided it wanted a warrior king of its own to do the understanding for them. It got one, and within about 7 generations, they were ritually sacrificing their firstborn onto the fires of a pathetic bull god named Moloch, the Canaanite Saturn. Under warrior kings, it doesn't take long before people are doing this kind of thing, feeding babies to Moloch. Damn, that's inhumane. 1907 photo of the infamous Bohemian Grove staged a performance of the cremation of care a play well performed at this elitist club to this day. Some believe the play represents a modern-day reenactment of Moloch worship, though there is no evidence that actual children have been sacrificed as part of the fun. Yeah, we got work to do if we want to save ourselves. Meanwhile, they're feasting on us. Do you ever get the feeling that the trap is slowly closing? Hey, I don't know if it's true. I hope it's not true. I'm just reading the book, but I'd rather know this if it was true than not know it. Babylon and the Love of Money. Babylon and the Love of Money. The Saturn death cult would first come to public preeminence in ancient Babylon. There, it would learn one vital lesson in the pursuit of true power: control the issue of money. The link between drugs and war. During the early part of the Bronze Age of man, a less than heroic pursuit dominated the development of trade in the ancient world. The insidious trade in opium had regained its footing in the Anatolia region, where a bunch of warrior kings were acting like modern-day drug cartel, warring over who should control the lucrative trade routes between Asia and the Western Kingdom. The most powerful cartel was the Troy cartel. That would be Troy the city and not Troy McLaughlin. But it was being seriously challenged by the upstart Agamemnon cartel. The battle lines were drawn, and the ensuing narco war engulfed the region for the next 10 years. The war only came to an end as a result of another planetary intervention, probably the same one that had allowed the Israelites to get out from under the Egyptians. However, the key development coming out of this conflict were the sudden advancements being made in weapons manufacture. New technologies allowed for greater kill ratio, and certain illuminated ones quickly realized the value in promoting an arms trafficking industry as a means to ensuring ever higher body counts for their ongoing blood sacrifice ritual. The penny had dropped. War as an expression of blood sacrifice was the new trend. An industry started to grow around the concept, with the development of military technology being a feature in the West, while a concentration on the art of war through strategy characterized the Eastern approach. Both resulted in the same thing: people got killed and blood flowed. For the Blue Bloods and Illuminated ones of the various occult secret societies and mystery schools, everything was now as it should be. The warrior kings were happy. The lawyers and scribes charged with institutionalizing the various rituals were happy. The lawyers, the growing merchant class that was making a comeback after the Babel meltdown, which they always do. The slaves were worked and the people were taxed, and the victims of the seemingly endless rituals sustaining this happy state of affairs. They were neither happy or unhappy. They were dead. One-on-one duels like the one pictured here between Achilles and Hector became passé as far as adherents to the Saturn death cult were concerned. The Saturn death cult in monetary control. Roughly 600 years after the cosmic events at Sodom and Gomorrah, the Exodus, even the sporadic marauding runs by the planets Mars and Venus, seemed to have come to an end, and all seemed well. But something was missing in the greater scheme of things. As far as the illuminated ones were concerned, they were still hankering for a return to the debt-based slavery system of Babel as the core economic model for mankind. A tweaking of strategy had to be carefully considered if they were to have total control over the affairs of man. While war had already been a source of blood-soaked satisfaction for the elite's ritualistic needs, it was an actual promotion of increasingly more contrived and barbaric wars that certain illuminated ones found an answer to killing two birds with one stone. Pun intended. Since the time of the Trojan narco conflict, it had been recognized that the casualties of war could be exploited for ritualistic satisfaction. But to date, capitalizing on these deaths had only been opportunistic at best. The key to a consistent supply of guaranteed bloodshed was to be found in the notion of warfare being an ongoing manufactured-to-order enterprise. And that would require money. That's what I'm thinking.
As a result, and galvanized into action by promises of expanding material wealth and power, a rash of warrior kings made their first manipulated yet bloody steps towards the concept of empire, carefully selecting dates in accordance with now well-established blood rituals were chosen for them to initiate multiple wars of conquest. Yeah, they do pay attention to the dates and the time and all that. The happy result of these wars, as anticipated by the illuminated powers, was the immense scaling up of their blood sacrifice needs, while their warrior king puppets sank ever deeper into financial debt.
Ha ha ha, yes, another soul.
Yeah. The equation was simple. War needs money, and borrowed money to pay for war debts equals debt. Debt equals slavery. If a kingdom could be manipulated into accepting debt, then that would make it a kingdom of slaves. Power to enslave whole kingdoms was in being the one who was owed that debt. However, this was only guaranteed if you controlled the issuance of the money borrowed by the warrior kings in the first place. In the Near East, at a place called the Plains of Dura, some highly positioned and privileged illuminated ones got busy. Babylon, the financial center of the ancient world. This image, by an unknown artist, shows the two real estate projects most associated with Babylon, its hanging gardens and the infamous Tower of Babel. The financial rise of Babylon. The warrior king of a growing city-state called Babylon had recently enjoyed a series of spectacular conquests. Babylon was now an empire, and its own cadre of mystery schools and secret societies held great public influence and renown. Through their overt ritual-based control of the warrior king Nebuchadnezzar, these illuminated ones conspired to erect a golden image that would dominate the plains of Dura. Essentially, this was the world's first financial gold standard, and Dura was Babylon's answer to the modern Federal Reserve System of the United States. Anybody not adhering to this gold standard in matters of trade and commerce within Babylon was to be ruthlessly exterminated by a fiery death.
Yes.
The temples once again started to issue money as a debt on their own behalf against this new gold standard. These same temples, controlled by the illuminated ones, quickly became rich. The great public ceremony celebrating the success of the new financial system was only marred by a mysterious upsurge in the disappearance of Babylonian children. The almost forgotten Israelites, their own warrior king experiment such a dismal failure that they were now captives of the Babylonian Empire, had a serious problem with this golden image. See the Bible's book of Daniel, chapter 3. Their understanding of commerce and trade denounced the issue of money as a debt as being nothing more than criminal usury, an abominable practice, according to their own priesthood, who had somehow survived the deprivations of their own warrior kings and corrupt secret societies. Standard started to fall apart. Illuminated ones of the Babylonian mystery schools needs of dealing with the arrival of deadly Persian warrior kings and later rampant Greek demigod by the name of Alexander. Fall of Babylon. The Saturn death cult goes underground. Babylon fell quickly. Its great gold standard experiment nipped in the bud. In one night, Babylon ceased to be its own master, and its own illuminated ones joined their Israelite nemesis as fellow captives in their own city. Their golden image now laying in ruins. The remnants of Babylon's secret societies and mystery schools melted away into the desert night to be reborn as Mystery Babylon. Banished, predictable. Yeah. Here, the biblical prophet Daniel, one of the main Hebrew adversaries to the establishment of a financial Babylon gold standard.
except those needed for internal order and a new United Nations peace force. And it
Indeed. Have you seen France? It's in flames. London. The illegal migration is just off the hook. That's just the beginning. If we don't stop the bleeding, we're in trouble. Alright, I'm going to come out and say goodnight in a second. Be right out there. I always hate to leave. My daughter leaves for college tomorrow, and it's just been very hard for me all day. Hello. There you are. Well, everybody, that comes to the end of the show, the part I hate the most. He was asleep. You got Frank, Great Car, and 6, Yamalama. Great Car, you guys look like you were having a cool conversation. So how's everybody tonight? Is everybody good? Susan Donahue, thank you for watching. Everybody, thanks for coming. I got 45 coming. I should show one more thing. I hate leaving, especially when I got a decent audience. To me, that's I'm honored. So thank you so much, Ricard. I'll find another short video, play it. Okay, so that I can say goodbye. It's really hard. Let's go with the Jupiter order. And Saturn was Sun, no, Jupiter order. All right, this is good right here.
Bizarre structure has been detected towering high above Saturn's hexagon. There is something strange over Saturn's north pole. A tremendous structure towering high above the clouds indicates that the planet's peculiar hexagonal formation is much, much bigger than was initially apparent. The data comes from Cassini, which a year after its demise plunging into Saturn's opaque atmosphere, contaminated with nuclear waste, is still leading us to new discoveries. When the probe commenced its observations in 2004 during the southern summer, it clocked a warm high-altitude vortex over the planet's south pole. Meanwhile, Saturn's north pole contains the famous hexagonal cloud pattern, but we didn't think it had a vortex until now. Would that be a Birkeland current? The long-term study has found a similar vortex forming over the North Pole as the North approaches summer. High up in the stratosphere, and just like the jet stream below it, the vortex is hexagonal. The edges of this newly found vortex appear to be hexagonal, precisely matching a famous and bizarre hexagonal cloud pattern we see deeper down in Saturn's atmosphere, said planetary scientist Lee Fletcher of the University of Leicester in the UK. The University of Leicester. Crazy.
Leicester.
Leicester? Leicester? Okay. I guess that would be better than Leicester. While we did expect to see a vortex of some kind at Saturn's north pole as it grew warmer, its shape is really surprising. Either a hexagon has spawned spontaneously and identically in two different altitudes, one lower in the clouds and one high in the stratosphere, or the hexagon is in fact a towering structure spanning a vertical range of several hundred kilometers. Ever since its discovery in the early 1980s by the Voyager spacecraft, the hexagon has been a puzzle for planetary scientists. It wasn't until 2006 that Cassini got a good photo of it, and scientists have been trying to figure out more about it ever since. The structure is strangely symmetrical and is made by an atmospheric jet stream, with winds blowing up to 500 kilometers per hour, 300 miles per hour, and it's huge, Measuring a massive 30,000 kilometers, 20,000 miles, across, Earth has a diameter of 12,742 kilometers, 7,917.5 miles. 2 Earths could fit inside the hexagon, with room to spare. That's pretty cool. It also rotates at roughly the same rate as the planet itself, indicating
that the structure is tied to the planet's rotation, much like the polar front jet stream here on Earth. And a previous investigation found that using rotation, the hexagon shape could be replicated in fluid in a lab. Cassini studied the hexagon in detail using its composite infrared spectrometer, CIRS, in 2006. At this point, it was still northern winter on Saturn. Its year is around 30 Earth years. Now that's more like it. So its summers and winters are long, which meant the North Pole
was in shadow.
But CIRS could circumvent this hurdle since it can observe thermal radiation.
However, the upper atmosphere was still too cold for reliable infrared observations, so Cassini confined itself to studying the cloud layer. But in 2009, Saturn's North Pole started to emerge from winter. The atmosphere warmed and things turned around. We were able to use the CIRS instrument to explore the northern stratosphere for the first time, from 2014 onwards. Said Planetary scientist Sandrine Gerlet of the Laboratoire de Météorologie Dynamique in France,
the Laboratoire Météorologie Dynamique,
Laboratoire de Météorologie Dynamique,
Laboratoire de Météorologie Dynamique in France, as the polar vortex became more and more visible.
We noticed it had hexagonal edges and realized that we were seeing the pre-existing hexagon at much higher altitudes than previously thought. It towered hundreds of kilometers over the clouds and showed quite different behavior
from the southern vortex. It's cooler,
not as mature, and of course, the South Pole has no hexagon. But since wind conditions change dramatically with altitude,
the fact that the hexagon shape persists so much higher than the cloud tops is a baffling conundrum. One way that wave information can leak upwards is via a process called evanescence,
where the strength of a wave decays with height,
but is just about strong enough
to still persist up into the stratosphere, said Fletcher. Though of course we know it has to be an electric event. We simply need to know more, because we refuse to see the electricity. It's quite frustrating, anyhow, that we only discovered this stratospheric hexagon right at the end of Cassini's lifespan. And why did you kill it? Afraid what you might find? Saturn's northern summer has already peaked,
with the solstice occurring May 2017. Of course, time flies. There are still several years left of summer, and it's expected that the North Pole vortex will continue to develop. However, with Cassini's mission ended, it's uncertain whether scientists will be able to observe these changes. The Cassini spacecraft continued to provide new insights and discoveries right up to the very end. Without a capable spacecraft like Cassini,
these mysteries would have remained unexplored by an international team sending a sophisticated robotic explorer
to a previously unexplored destination, with results that keep flowing even when the mission itself has ended. The team's research has been published in the journal Nature Communications. The end. Saturn's Polar Vortex by Stephen Smith. May 30th, 2018. Electricity influences Saturn's environment. The picture at the top of the page could be mistaken for recent images of Jupiter's gray-red spot. However, the swirling vortex is actually located in the center of Saturn's vast hexagonal north polar formation. Hexagons and other polygons can sometimes occur in hurricanes, so astrophysicists believe that fluid dynamics can explain what they call a mysterious phenomenon. In 2010, physicists from Oxford University spun a 30-liter cylinder of water with a ring of viscous green dye inside, spinning faster than the cylinder. Their thinking was that a jet stream analog could provide a plausible description of what is happening on Saturn if several factors are ignored. First, they did not produce concentric rings around the hexagon, each with different temperatures. Second, Saturn's poles are hotter than theories predict. Third, there are aurorae at the poles. Fourth, there is electric charge flow connecting Saturn's poles to its family of moons. Additionally, the winds in the polar vortex are 4 times faster than any hurricane. Nor does it move around. Such kinetic experiments are insufficient in scope. Since electrical effects are not considered, perhaps the kinetic model should be stood on its head. The polygons in hurricanes should be reevaluated in the light of electrical theories. Electricity flowing through plasmas can create a central column surrounded by concentric cylinders. As retired professor of electrical engineering Dr. Donald Scott proved, filamentary structures form evenly spaced vortices surrounding the column. As the filaments rotate around one another, a hexagonal cross-section forms inside. In an electric universe, electricity moves along charged Birkeland currents connecting the sun. Energy flows most strongly into the giant gas planets because their charge differential with the sun is greater than that of their smaller rocky cousins. The electric sun is what drives so-called meteorological activity on Saturn. Many years ago, planetary scientists admitted that Saturn's polar hurricane cannot be explained. The driving forces behind the motion, and indeed the global motion of Saturn's atmosphere, still need to be understood. Their lack of understanding is because electrodynamic circuits initiate anomalous heating on Saturn. Not only Saturn, but the other gas planets as well. Jupiter and Neptune display hot poles. The double eye vortex on Venus, along with the hot poles on Enceladus. Titan and Io will also benefit from acknowledging the principal tenets of an electric universe. Stephen Smith. Prehistoric Dacia, the Pelestians, the Titans. The most ancient, the most glorious among all Pelestian tribes were the Titans. They were called by the authors Genus Antiquum Terrae and Terrae Fili Virgil. According to the Theology of Hesiod, the first children conceived with Gaia and Uranus were the Titans, 12 in number, 6 men and 6 women, and their names were the following: Oceanus, Koios, Cryos, Hyperon, Leptos, and Kronos, Rhea, Tethys, Thea, Mnemosyne, Mnemosyne, and Phoebe. In fact, most of these names represent only simple personifications beyond the mountain. Transylvania of today, or the country from beyond, as the people from Romania call it. Anonymous Bele, Ragmaturus,
Terra Ultra Savannah, and Ultra Silius. The Odyssey mentions Hyperia, or the country beyond, situated close to the site
we're going to switch gears
from
for
where
a little bit.
Lafici immigrated. Tethys corresponds to the forms of Tetsis, and Tetsis or Tetsis conform to its ancient pronunciation. In the Old Greek language, the letter TH had a sibilant sound, and S was added to T, and sometimes TH represented Z. For example, Zeus was in reality the same word as Theos. According to the ancient legends, Tethys had been married with Oceanus Potamos.
It's interesting the Vietnamese celebrate Tet,
or is true, and in this way they gave birth to a large number of names of big and important rivers, along which were settled various Palestinian populations. Hesidius, by its name as well as by the geography of the legends of Theology, Tethys is only a personification of a big river from the western parts of ancient Dacia, which flows into the Danube. In medieval documents and chronicles of Hungaria, Titia, Tiza, and Thesia, the epithets Canna, Candida, Fincunda, and Magna, given to the goddess Tethys, are also characteristics of the same river. Themis, a country of this goddess, was in the northern parts of Illyria, near the sources of the river Oceanus, or Istru. From a geographical point of view, Themis personified the antiquity to the river today called Timis, which springs from the southwestern Carpathians of Transylvania and flows into the Danube. One of the daughters of the goddess of Themis was called Dice, the goddess of justice. She just throws the dice. She represented by name and attributions. According to Herodotus, the most just of all Thracians, and according to Homer in the Iliad, the inhabitants from the north of Thrace were the most just of all peoples, and they were called the Getae. Thea, a lot of these names are so just really hard to pronounce. The Hyperboreans, who dwelt, as we know, north of the lower Danube, were considered descendants of the Titans. Atlas, the most powerful king of the Hyperboreans, who later was transformed into a huge mount, was also a Titan, or in other words, the Titans were the dominant tribe of this kingdom. Latona, the Hyperborean virgin, who, being chased by Juno, wandered through the world and gives birth to Apollo and Diana in the island of Delos, was the daughter of a Titan. Titans played a very important role in the history of the First Palestinian Empire. They formed the most ancient, most noble, most energetic class in the social hierarchy. During the times of Uranus and Saturn, the first kings of the Palestinian state were from the family of the Titans. The Titans administered all the public functions. They were at the same time the religious chiefs of the Palestinian state, for which they were also called Titan gods. Homer, Hesidius, Theogony. It's funny, Theogony, I think we call theology. The Titans dethroned Uranus and gave the empire to Saturn, after which they sustained together a 10-year difficult war against Jove. But Saturn was defeated and Jove occupied the throne of Uranus. Unhappy with this change, the Titans rose again under the leadership of Atlas, wanting to oust Jove and reinstate Saturn, but their fate was unfavorable. They were defeated the second time. Hyginus, and their entire class was exterminated. Oh, nice. Some were shut into deep and vast cave called Tartaros. Hesidius, Theogony, while others left the region from near the Istru, immigrated and scattered through various Palestinian lands. The figure of a Titan from the Egyptian planisphere of Kercher, and they got the guy holding two snakes. The Battle of the Titans with Jove took place in the woodlands of Tartessius, near Cerna, on the territory of ancient Dacia, in the same region which figures under the name Sidereal Pylea at Homer, Iliad, Hesidius, Theogony, or the mountains near the cataracts of the Danube. Now, I don't know if any of this is true, but I'm just reading this from this person about the Palestinians, and a lot of it might just be metaphors, I don't know, but I just find it really interesting because I really am intrigued by the older a civilization is, the more intrigued I am to learn about it, so it's just checking it out.
I'm not endorsing it, I'm just reading. In the Battle of Gade, the Roman general Crassus caught the brother of King Dapix, and afterwards he went to the vast and strong cave where the great number of the inhabitants of that land had taken refuge with their most precious objects and their flocks. In this cave, the legend tells us, had taken refuge the Titans, when defeated by the gods. The etymology and form of the name Titans is not Greek. Regarding to the ancient meaning of this word, Homer tells us that the Titans, proto-parents of the gods and the illustrious men, Orphic hymn, the Titans are called the proto-parents of our parents. Pauli. We have therefore the explanation of the word Titans, with all the meaning of
patres and progenitores.
Patres and progenitors. The etymology of this name is reduced then by its form and meaning to the radical tata or tata, parent, father, parent. It results therefore that the term Titans is identical by its origin and meaning with the Romanian form Titani, forefathers. With the ousting of Saturn from the empire, the political role of the so-called Titani ceases. Their numerous class, rich, powerful, and superb, is completely extinguished. Oh, really? The Illuminati, maybe, of the time? Some are destroyed in a great civil war. Couldn't imagine that ever happening. Which ends with the catastrophe at Tartessius. Others are shut in dark caves, Tartaros, and those who could escape the fury of the victors are forced to find another country. Some take refuge in Italy, others scatter through Helena, Asia Minor, Hispania, and the northern parts of Europe, Germany. Among the most ancient tribes of Rome, the historical traditions mention the so-called Tatienses. These Tatini formed together with two other tribes called the Ramnes and Lucers.
Ramnes and Luceres.
Ramnes and Luceres, the wealthiest, most noble, and high social class of ancient Rome. They are called Patres. And are considered as all the public affairs of the Roman state were in the hand of these parties. They alone administered, during a number of centuries, all the priestly, civil, and military functions. In the beginning, they considered themselves as the only intermediaries between gods and state. They were kind of Titania's theoi. They formed in the Roman state a permanent council of governance. They had the right to designate the king's successor. With them rested the decision of war and peace. Sounds like the Senate. Sure of their ancient glory, they considered themselves a class of a different nationality and a different blood than the other poor, uncultured citizens of obscure origins, whom they called plebes. Livy. Well, there you go. It's still going on today. Their traditional and privileged name of Patres is also mentioned in the Tabule. The origin of this patriarchal institution, of this Senate composed of representatives of certain ancient families, was without doubt predating the epoch of Romulus. You know, it's just like the Senate today. You notice a guy spends his whole life in the Senate. Next thing you know, his son's in there. You know, his cousin. And it's huge with nepotism. That's why I stopped voting, because I think it's all horse poop. It belonged to the original organization of the Palestinian society, or in other words, the fundamental organization of Rome was that which the Palestinians had had in the times of the Titans. And they haven't given it up since. They've had it ever since. They've been in charge since the beginning. We find other remains of the noble and famous tribe of the Titans scattered around the Aegean Mediterranean Sea. As Philochorus tells us, one of the ancient Titans had settled in Attica, a powerful Titan with the name of
Titius.
Titius, son of Gaia, was mentioned as king of Euboea, Apollodorus. Finally, a tribe with the name Titi appears in the territory of Hispania, even at the time when this peninsula was not conquered by the Romans. They had a particular sympathy for the Roman people, a similarity, parents of Rome, towards them. Their legates were admitted in the Senate, and although they were barbarians, they were permitted to speak in their national language. Traces of the name of the ancient Titans from the lower Danube have been also preserved in the medieval documents of Hungary. A village with the name of Tathan, today Tetani, is mentioned at 1205 close to Buda. Another village, Tethun, was around 1279 in the country Simagiu, a wealthy and powerful family of nobles whose possessions were between the rivers Drava and Sava, is mentioned in the documents of Hungary with the name Genus Tethan. Finally, Tetinius Lucius appears on a Roman inscription from Dalmatia. I'm almost done here. It isn't anything like I thought it was going to be. That's what I mean. It can really get into the minutia. Finally, we note here that in old Romanian folk ballad, the parents or the senators of the city Brasov in Transylvania. It's funny, parents and senators are similar. That's what it means. Are called Tatori Turguli, and this name is attributed to them in a nationally good meaning, in no way ironic. At north of the lower Danube, the term Tartar comes from a very remote age. Greek historian Herodotus tells us that Hercules had learned the art of the bow and arrow from a Scythian called Teutaros. This shepherd from north of the lower Danube was therefore from the nation of ancient Titans. In Greek theogonies, Saturn has also the epithet Tartaros, meaning father. In Egypt, though, Saturn was called more correctly Teutonian and was invoked in the following terms: parent of parents, great from the first time. Finally, Apollo, the god of the sun, who also had the epithet Titan, was venerated in some parts of Rome under the name Tortor. And Suetonius tells us, from the ethnic point of view, the Titans belong to the Palestinian nation. In the genealogy of prehistoric peoples, Titan, the proto-parent of the Titans, figures as a grandson of the king Paleschi, Apollodorus. Wow, that was a wild chapter for the giants. Well, that should be interesting, but I'm going to call it.
For the 7 planets, because the stellar cult worshipped the planets and the 7 great gods that were the 7 planets. So they get the week. That's why a week isn't just 3 days, 10 days, 15 days, 14 days, 6 days. It's 7 days. Now, each cult would have additional feast days assigned to them, of course, some which would closely coincide, others which were more specific. In fact, the hands of a clock also represent these cults and their division of time. That's right. Not only on a wristwatch do you have the 12 demarcated zones, but you have 3 hands on a clock. The hour hand for Horus, the sun, the min hand for minute, which was the ancient name of the moon, min, and the quick ticking hand, which is either for Mercury, the fastest god, or for the earth, for terrestrial time. The 3 hands of time. I want to emphasize again at this point that there was another little division on a timeline. It's very important to realize that if we create a timeline from, say, 25,000 years BC up until the period of the Ptolemies in Egypt, that's Alexandrian period, the last of the dynasties. What we call Egypt lasted that long. It starts 25,000 years ago and comes up to the time of the invasion of the Greeks. Something incredible must have been happening in that time, because we have to realize that that's a very long, expansive time. In fact, if you take every other age that came later, and I'm talking about the Alexandrian period, I'm talking about the Christian period, or the Grecian period, the Hellenistic period, the Romanesque period, the Renaissance, the Christian period that came then. We move into the neoclassical period, and then we have the modern age. Take it all. Multiply it by 3, and still the period that we know of Egypt was longer. But just for this moment in time, realize that there was another important division between these 4 great cults of power. As I said earlier, the stellar and the lunar cult had women as equals, and often women were the dominant rulers of the clans and the nations, and were in senior positions, mystically, religiously, and also politically. Whereas in the Saturnian and solar cult, and this is a key point to remember, the role of women was substantially diminished. We're going to see a little bit more of that later. Now, the male gods of Egypt and the pharaoh himself were ambassadors of the feminine goddess Numenor.
You might have that a little wrong.
Numenor just means presence or spiritual energy.
Saturnian
Something rare
had to
and
be
otherworldly.
female. Lunar would have been male. I don't know. Maybe he's right.
It's moving back against the wall. It's backing up. It's moving away from them.
He sees them, Garby.
That's going to do it for me tonight. We'll be back next week with another exciting edition of Night Owl. I hope that you enjoyed some of it, all of it. I definitely will be back. There you are, darling. So I'm going to say goodnight. Thank you very much. Oh, there's something I have to do. I got to do a little business, just in case there might be some among you that feel a little generous. You know, it's this. I hope it works, because I have to have 30,000 in order to get super chat. So how would you guys know what to do, even if you did want to do it? So I had to enter that. It's a little business. But thank you for tuning in, and I will see you next weekend. Okay. Jess, good to see you. Ray Carr. And we got a new one here. Just found you. Well, good. Well, welcome. Thank you. I hope you stick around.
Achini58, just found Yal.
And we got Narian Rhodes. I'm not good with pronouncing names, but let's see.
Nariman Rhodes.
All right, good to meet you. And there's Frank. Frankie. 6, night 6. And on and on. But I must go now. You know, my daughter leaves for school tomorrow. I'm just tore up. Thank you. You're welcome, Chris. No, you know, she's going to be away. I'm not going to see her again until like
Christian P. Norris.
Thanksgiving. I miss her. I know there's nothing you can do for me. I don't even know why I'm telling you, but it hurts. You're welcome, Chris. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hate to leave you.
Chris Kelly.
And you never know. I might be surprising you with just a pop-up live stream. So, I'm working on a couple things right now. So things will be quieting down. I will be able to get more work done. Thank you for tuning in. Good night, everybody. And I'll see you very soon.
Stating them as facts. There is always in the crowd of the old age machine. Kindness takes a bit of the sting away. I'm very grateful for that. Asking only for as much as you can do. I just hate talking about it. Secrets of the universe. of the universe. Take a drink from Lysergi's cup. At the eye there's a hammer. Are there ruins on Venus? Dinosaur hoax theory. One-inch manuscript. Atlantis Hyperborea. Airships of the 1890s. Medieval ancient coins and giants of Peru. Cities on the moon. Antarctica. Skulls of Peru, Temple of the Doom. Now what is it? Knowledge. Dr. C said he is unacknowledged. Secret from the scholars. Electric solar system, electric stars, cold plasma, Dealey Plaza, secret from the scholars.